Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to those that are inside the Oval and that have just joined us on the podcast. We are back at the Calgary Olympic Oval in Calgary, Alberta for day 2 of the Grand Prix Canada Cup 4 here. Today we've got the 1,000 meter women's and 1,000 meter men's races, followed by the 3,000 women's and 5,000 meter men's races. On the screen in the Oval and a podcast, you can see the list for the day. A 9 o'clock start sharp. They run these meets on time with quartets all day long with 190 skaters from 13 different countries. Quartets are the way to go for an efficient running of the races. So the 1,000 meters in 2 sets of quartets for the men, 1,000 and the 5,000, and 1 set for the women's 1,000 and 3,000. So that's the schedule for today. 1,000 meters for the morning and the longer distances this afternoon. It's land acknowledgement time. It's an opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, region number 3. Thank you for this land acknowledgement. And on behalf of the University of Calgary, welcome aboard. Our officials today: meet coordinator Greg Plenert, our chief referee Baron de Tolinar, with assistants Brent Thompson, Barons from Winnipeg, Brent Thompson from Nova Scotia, and Andrea Ann Gagnon. Our starters: Myron Perriman, veteran Myron Perriman. Assisting Bruce Kemp, starter from Winnipeg, and Brad Bates will be assisting along the way. It's time, 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. Yesterday, personal bests were raining from the sky here at the Grand Prix CC4 in the 500 and 1,000, 1,500 meter rather. There was a lot of happy kids. Their races went the way they wanted. And now they get to do it all over again. They're excited about this day. And who wouldn't be? You'll be able to see it live if you're inside the Oval, but you can also see it on the webcast through Speed Skating Canada, University of Calgary, or you can go on Sportity, the new app that we're using. And the code is GPCC4, Grand Prix Canada Cup 4, GPCC4 on your app. This is one of the many events we've had all year. On the ice, our national team athletes, next-gen athletes, skaters that competed for their country at the World Junior Championships, skaters that competed for their province at the Canada Winter Games and PEI at the satellite venue in Halifax. It's been a very, very busy year with the second last long track meet right now happening here in Calgary. The officials are getting set. The volunteers are getting set. You'll be able to see all the action on the webcast. There's also a level 2 starter clinic happening this weekend, run by Blair Toblin and Andrew Cross, and we'll see those starter wannabes inside the Oval when they get outside the classroom. We'll talk more about that throughout the weekend. It's an exciting day ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Really looking forward to it once again. We're going to have 14 quartets and 2 final pairings. Let me clarify that. $15 quartets for the women's, 22 quartets for the men's, and that's all coming up at 9 o'clock. We're glad you're joining us today at the Calgary Oval and on the podcast. We look forward to a great day ahead. Two-minute to race time, the 1,000 meter women's races. Starting on the middle of the west side of the track, 2.5 laps around, finishing in the middle of the east side of the track. I'll announce the opening quartet skaters in just a moment. in the first quartet, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Quebec, Emily Greenfield. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. In the second pairing of this first quartet, in the inside lane from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. Good luck, ladies. Okay, hello everybody out there in webcast land. I'm going to do things a little bit differently today. I'm going to spend more time talking to you and less time talking to those in the oval. The oval is really for announcing basic information, the skaters, some opening times. I'll announce the opening 200-meter times and, of course, the final time. The 200-meter time, as I talked yesterday, is really the runway for the skaters to get up to speed for their lap times to achieve the best possible times that them and their coaches have established for a race strategy. Race pairing number 1 is off and running. So 2 1/2 laps around for the 1,000 meters. This is a fan favorite for a lot of the skaters. They just love the 1,000 meters. Let me call the opening 200 meters for the first 2 pairings. Greenfeld's opener is 20.55. Van Horn 20.29. Lindqvist has an opener of 21.03 from Sweden, and Annika 20.59. Skaters now settle in for the balance of their race. So Emily Greenfield from Quebec, who is really more of a long-distance skater, 1,500 to 3,000, likes the 5,000. I spoke to her this morning, and her coach convinced her to race the 1,000, and so here she is. She's out on the track right now. Skylar Van Horn from Manitoba has just had a banner day yesterday, achieving some personal bests, and she was in search of those, and so I think if her meet all stopped tomorrow, she would be going home to Manitoba with a big smile on her face. So congratulations to Skylar, but she'll want more, like all skaters do. So let's see what happens. Skylar Van Horn achieves another personal best, 1:23.37. Greenfield in at 1:25.60 for a season's best. Making the final turn is the second pairing, Lindqvist from Sweden, Annika from Ontario. Annika crosses the line with a time of 1:24.84 and a season best for Lindqvist at 1:27.12. In the second quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane. From Quebec in the inside lane, Camille Tremblay. In the outer lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Maya Luders. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Haley Bell. So we got a PB out of Van Horn out of that one, so she's going to be really pleased with that. Every skater is in search of PBs, and there was a ton of them yesterday. And like I said earlier, the kids just had smiles from ear to ear when I spent some time talking to them. And not every skater had smiles on their face. They fell short of what they were looking to attain, and so they went home last night to regroup, and hopefully they can lay down some personal bests or even season's best before this meet is over. So Camille Tremblay, who represented her province at the Canada Winter Games, is on the ice. Molly Johnson is in her pairing. Maya Luders was also part of the Canada Winter Games representing Alberta. So in the opening 200 meters, Camille Tremblay, 1985, 2087 for Molly Johnson. Here comes Luders and Bell, and they clock in their opening 200 meters, 1957 for Luders and Haley Bell. We got at 1972. This is a favorite race for many of the skaters. Tremblay loves this race, as does Johnson. And so let's see how they do in terms of them achieving their personal bests. So one of the things I've had an opportunity to do, started last fall, is really to connect with a lot of these athletes. So when you look at them on the screen, they look like menacing missiles on skates. In their sleek skin suits. But behind them are human beings, are women, young men. I'll call this race in, and I'll talk more about this. So crossing the line first is Molly Johnson with a time of 1:24.89. Camille Tremblay at 1:25.97. Here comes Luders with the yellow armband with everything she can muster to cross the line, and does so with a personal best of 1:22.19, and Haley Bell at 1:23.77. Maya will be happy with that race. In the third quartet in the inside lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. In the outer lane from Quebec, Sandrine Levesque. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. So watching Maya, I've seen her skate now when I met her and I believe her mother in Winnipeg in 2019 at then called the Age Class Championship. So we've known the Luders family through the speed skating for now 4 years, maybe going on 5, and got a chance to get to know her better in Innsel when she was over representing her country as a Canadian junior. And I'll talk more about that if I get an opportunity. But anyway, Maya got a PB, and I guess that's where I'm going with this, and she should be obviously very happy with that. So Bieber and Levesque in the first pairing, and Pelkey and Phaneuf in the second pairing. Bieber has had quite a season, capturing the crown of the Ladies Junior National Championship, representing her country, and then hauling 5 medals out of the Canada Winter Games, representing her province. Let me call in the 200 meters. Bieber's opener is 19:24 for the first fastest time of the grouping. Levesque in at 20.36, Pelkey at 19:55, and Phaneuf at 19:32. The 1,000 meters is 2 1/2 laps around a 13-meter track, 400 meters in length and 13 meters in width. So Bieber and Levesque in the first pairing, wearing the white and the red armband. Pelkey and Phaneuf in the yellow and blue armband. Bell lap has gone off now for both. And whatever they got left to finish off the 1,000 meters, let's see how this finishes up. They'll be looking for PBs out of here. Here comes Bieber, crossing the line with a personal best of 1:20.41. That goes with her PB in the 500 yesterday. Levesque in at 1:24.43. Bieber will be happy with that race. Here comes Pelkey and Phaneuf out of the final quarter with the last 30 or 40 meters left to finish off this race in the middle of the east side of the track. Season's best for Phaneuf at 1:20.3 and a personal best for Caitlin Pelkey at 1:20.89. In the fourth quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Rose Lalabotte-Roy. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Emmanuel Côté. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Gabrielle Jelinek. And in the outer lane from Norway, Ona Farstad. Keep it low. I can keep it low. Okay, here I'm talking behind the scenes. Sorry if you happened to hear that. Okay, we've got Rose Lalabotte-Roy and Emmanuel Côté in the first pairing. They've clocked in their 200 meters. Lalabotte-Roy with a nice opener. I'll call that in a second, the oval. Jelinek and Farstad in the second pairing. So, Lalabotte-Roy opener, the fastest so far this morning, 18:71. Côté in at 19:98. Jelinek in at 19:02. And Farstad in at 19:05. So what I was saying earlier is that if I get a chance to talk to the athletes, and I started this last fall, is behind these skin suits that make these look like menacing missiles on skates, there are human beings and there are personalities. And there are lovely people with amazing stories, and I've had an opportunity to connect with a lot of them, but not all of them. So if I talk a little bit about one over the other, it's because I've spent some time with them. And so just laying the groundwork for the day in the 1,000 meters, and certainly the 3,000 and the 5,000, where I'll have a little bit more time talking. So crossing the line first is Lalabotte-Roy with a season's best of 1:18.05, the time to beat. Emmanuel Côté 1:23.43 with the 7th best time. Here comes Gabrielle Jelinek and Ona Farstad in the final pairing, crossing the line. First will be Jelinek with a season's best of 1:19.05 and Farstad in at 1:19.83 for a season's best as well. In the fifth quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from China, Ying Chi. And in the outer lane from Norway, Karina Jagtuyen. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. And in the outer lane from BC, Allison Desmarais. Okay, welcome back. If you've just joined us on the podcast from wherever you are in the world, welcome. We are in Calgary, Alberta, at the Calgary Olympic Oval, this magnificent 36-year-old facility that was built in 1987 for the 88 Olympics. I don't care what anybody says. I love walking into this building every single time. It's grandiose and beautiful. By North American standards, it's old, but if it was in Italy, it would be a very young building. 400 years in Italy is young. Let me call in the opening 200 meters. Ying Chi, 1903. Karina Yagtonen, 1849 for her opener. Anna Bourgeois, 19.5. And Alison Desmarais, 1878. Yeah, so this is an absolute gorgeous building. Coined the fastest ice in the world. We're here watching the 1,000-meter women's race here at the second last meet, long track meet, called the Grand Prix Canada Cup 4, or abbreviated CC4 in lingo circles in the world of speed skating. We're now watching the groupings, the quartets that will lay down the fastest women's times. Ying Chi from China and Karina Yagtian from Norway. Crossing to the line with a season's best is 1:15.23. Ying Chi from China. Karina Yagtian, personal best of 1:18.80. She'll be very happy with that. Ying Chi laid down the time. That'll be the fastest time and the toughest to beat, ladies. Anna Bourgeois crosses the line at a time of 1:19.42. And Desmarais crosses the line with a time of 1:17.18. We now move to the sixth quartet. In the first pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. In the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Julia Snellgrove. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. And in the outer lane from BC, Sylvie Lloyd. Well, I think you just saw the fastest 1,000-meter time of the day. It'd be very difficult for the rest of the skaters, not to disrespect them, to achieve that number, but that's a very fast time, and not even a personal best for Chi from China. An excellent race for her, saying, guess what? I'm really good at this race. So that's Ying Chi, Karina Yagtian, who I talked to back in from Norway, talked to her back in the fall. I think she was here and connected with her because I really wanted to know how to pronounce her last name properly. So for those that are watching in Norway, hopefully I'm doing the pronunciation of your fellow compatriots that are skating here. And so, anyway, let's move on to quartet number 6. Welcome back to the quartet number 6. Ella Cloutier with an opening 200 meters of 21.7. Julia Snellgrove at 19.43. Serena Dallaire from Saskatchewan, 20.45. And Sylvie Lloyd, 20.72. The opening 200 meters, the runway of the speed skating distance in the 1,000 meters, and then 2 laps to go after that. That's what the coaches do. They do something called tempos. That's the lingo in the speed skating world. Let's have a look at your tempo. And so what they'll do is they'll want a rolling start on a point in the ice, and then 1 full 400 meters to determine how fast they can go at full speed around. It doesn't include the start. That's why we talk about the opening time and give it its due. Okay, we've got some racers crossing. Let me call the race. Julia Snellgrove with a personal best of 1:22.31. Cloutier in a 1:25.27. In the first pairing of this 6th quartet, here comes Dallaire and Lloyd. Dallaire from Saskatchewan, Lloyd from BC, Dallaire in the green and yellow armband, PB for her, 1:24.71, and Lloyd in with a season's best of 1:28.74. We now move to the 7th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from the United States of America, Mary Brophy Magnus, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Leila Cotier. In the second pairing from PEI in the inside lane, Jenna Larder, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart.
Go to the start.
Gotta love when these kids get personal best. I know they have huge smiles on their face. They're high-fiving their coach, and just a great inside feeling for them, knowing that all the work and training and everything they've done in terms of paying their dues is paying off. And the measuring stick, no matter what level you're at, is personal best. It's almost bittersweet, though, for these kids to get personal best. It's sweet that they get a personal best, because they're growing and evolving, getting faster. The bitter part is they just made their speed skating distance much more difficult because that's the next personal best they have to beat. But they're always chasing it, and that's part of the thrill and competition of a sport called speed skating. Mary Brophy Magnus with an opening 200 meters of 20.02. Leila Cartier at 20.45 on the screen. And the yellow armband is Larder from Prince Edward Island, the host province of the Canada Winter Games, 19.71. And Lindsay Smart from Manitoba, 21.28. Yeah, I'll give PEI a shout-out all weekend long for the wonderful job they did hosting the Canada Winter Games. I had an opportunity to go out and announce along with my Francophone colleague, Chloe Beauchesne, and we were at a satellite venue in Halifax where the Oval, the Legacy Oval from the 2011 Canada Winter Games was there with artificial ice. That's why we were able to hold that meet with all kinds of weather conditions that were thrown at us. But the opening ceremonies was absolutely fantastic, as was the closing, and 5,500 volunteers putting on that event, making it go for 3,200 athletes. Let me finish calling this race. Brophy Magnuson with a personal best of 125.28 and a PB for Cartier as well at 125.37. Here comes Larder with the yellow armband and the black suit from PEI with a personal best of 123.06, and Smart crossing the line at a time of 127.55. We now move to the 8th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Marie Frelette. And in the outer lane from BC, Hannah North. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Tina Svensson. And in the outer lane from BC, Beth Smith.
Go to the start.
More about the Canada Winter Games this afternoon when I have a little bit more time with the 3,000 and 5,000. But to the athletes, they had just a tremendous time out there, no matter where they placed, whether they made the podium or they came in last or anybody in the middle. Anybody I talked to, it was just a wonderful shared experience.
Go to the start.
The coaches, the athletes, and the volunteers. But 3,500 coaches, managers, and athletes, and 5,500 volunteers. A number of them are back, and they're in the building, and they're identifiable because they're wearing the merch, the swag that we were given as volunteers in a beautiful blue and green jackets. And so, anyway, PEI, congratulations and also Halifax, Nova Scotia for the long track, and New Brunswick for the alpine event, the skiing, the downhill skiing. So Frellette's opening 200 meters is 20.66, North in at 21.31, Svensson from Sweden, 21.17, and Beth Smith, 22.21. For those that are watching from Sweden, welcome. My guess is probably middle to late afternoon. And you're sitting in front of your device, your TV, watching Tina. I haven't had a chance to meet her and talk to her. I don't know if she's here for also the Oval finale, but if I get a chance, I'll definitely want to connect with her and any of the other Swedes that are skating. And there's also a number of skaters from Norway as well, as you know. 13 countries are represented, 190 skaters, and we've got 8 provinces of our beautiful country represented from Canada as the 1,000 meters in this quartet. Marie Frelette and Hannah North, personal bests, 126.33 for Frelette from Quebec. And Hannah North from BC, 126.94 PB for that pairing in this quartet. Here comes Svensson and Smith. Season's best for Svensson at 128.18 and season's best also for Smith at 128.50. In the 9th quartet in the inside lane in the first pairing from BC, Sydney Benny. In the outer lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. In the second pairing from Quebec, Juliette Larochelle in the inside lane. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start.
This is the 9th quartet. 13 quartets, and then there'll be one solo skater in a final pairing. The 1,000-meter women's race in Calgary, Alberta. at the Oval Grand Prix and Canada Cup. Fun meet for everybody. The big pressure's off, but for some of these skaters, they're still obviously seeking personal bests or looking to get it to 3,000 or to 5,000 because there's no time standard for the 500, the 1,000 and 1,500. Next weekend there will be. And then there are some racers that want to hold their funding and stay on the national team and Gen X team. So there's some tension for some of the skaters, given where they're at. Opening 200 meters for Benny, 21.68. Gagnon in the same ballpark. La Rochelle, 20.65. And Dvorak at 21.87. 1,000 meters, 2 1/2 laps around a 400-meter track. The start is on the west side in the middle and finishes in the east side on the middle. Benny and Gagnon, La Rochelle and Dvorak. Here comes Gagnon, will cross the line first, and she does so with a time of 1:27.87, a personal best for her. Benny in at 1:30.08. Finishing off this quartet, and the second pairing is La Rochelle from Quebec and Dvorak from Saskatchewan. And how does it shake out? La Rochelle crosses the line out with a personal best of 1:26.38 and 1:29.20 for Dvorak. We now move to the 10th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Cassandra Curry. In the outer lane from BC, Maria Hansen. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Aoife Marshall. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Lewis Spence.
Go to the start. Ready.
So it looks like Yin Chi, by almost 3 seconds, will unofficially, I guess. Everything is unofficial until referee Baron Tolliner signs off on everything. It's implied, but I guess I should mention it from time to time as a disclaimer. And so she will finish today with the best time, and we will get the list up at some point showing the pecking order, if you will. But Curry, let me do the opening 200 meters. Curry's opening 200 meters is 21.94. Maria Hansen, 21.03. Here comes Marshall and Spence. Marshall's opener is 20.85, and Spence in at 22.03. As I mentioned earlier, this is a huge favorite race. The 1,500 is one of those love-hate relationships, and for the sprinters, they love the 500. The long-distance skaters don't like the 500 at all, but they do it just because, I guess, maybe to warm them up for the long distance. But the long-distance skaters, the 3s and the 5s and 10s, for whatever reason, they just love those long distances. Everybody has their preference in terms of race distances, but also genetics does play a role. I've been now part of the sport for 5 years, and I think certain skaters are going to be sprinters, and they turn out to be long distancers. I think some skaters are going to turn out to be short trackers. They turn out to be long distance skaters. So I don't know. I think some skaters. Oh, let me call the end of this race here. Personal best raining down on pairing number. First pairing in Quartet 10, Cassandra Curry, 1:30.86 for a PB, and Hansen the same thing, PB 1:31.07. Crossing the line with another PB is Aoife Marshall from Nova Scotia, 1:29.02, and Lewis Spence in at 1:33.63. We now move to the 11th quartet of the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Lily-Pierre Garing. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Heidi Beck. In the second pairing from BC, Cheyenne Key in the inside lane. And from BC as well, outer lane, Talia Halperin.
Go to the
what
start.
I'm saying as a speed skating dad entering the sport, maybe more involved now in the last 5 years as I watch two of my kids, one in particular, as they evolve through the sport, and I get to see it firsthand, is skaters I think are going to do okay.
Go to the start.
And some skaters I think aren't going to do okay, do fine. You know what? I have no idea. I can't tell, can't predict a long tracker from a short tracker, or a short tracker from a long tracker. It just plays out, especially at these ages when they start at 10 or 11.
Move off to the side.
There's a lot of physical changes in their body, and their interests change as well. Different coaches. But the bottom line is they're out there, they're active as a parent, they're active, they're participating, they're getting exercise. And the further you move up out of your clubs, onto your provincial teams, and then maybe part of the Oval program, now you're getting into coaching where the discipline is even more. And so it's really quite an interesting journey. And so every kid that laces up skates, I have huge respect for. I was a skater with hockey skates growing up. There goes the bell lap. We only have one pairing on the ice right now. Maybe I'll bring some sound into the Oval. So right now we have one pairing of the two because there was a false start. So Gehring and Beck, the first pairing of this quartet, are on the ice. So they'll finish their race and then start the second pairing, which is Key and Halprin. So they're entering their final corner right now with a few meters left in their race. I'm hoping to call a personal best of one, if not both, or a season's best. Hoping for these kids. White armband is Lily Pierre from Quebec, giving it all she got. And there's a personal best for Lily Pierre at 1:33.52. And Heidi Beck, personal best as well, 1:34.89. We now move to the second pairing of the same quartet. Over to the starters.
False start, outer lane, hold your position. Go to the start. Ready.
So something that Dustin Miller and his staff implemented at the beginning of this season as we look to make changes and bring more excitement to the races is personal bests are getting recognized by every kid. Every skater who gets a personal best gets their name and their time put on a ping pong ball and is put in a very large sphere at the guest services desk here at the Calgary Oval. And the sphere's filled up. I almost want to have a contest about guess how many ping pong balls are in that sphere. I'm thinking there's got to be, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Maybe somebody should count them. But there's got to be, I would say, 600-700 personal bests from August right till now. There's 17 events. Anyway, names will be pulled out of this sphere next week at around lunchtime after the 1,500 meters. And there'll be prizes given out. So it's awesome. So if you're wondering why we talk about personal bests all the time, well, hang on. I'm going to announce the 200 meters. 22:71 for Key, 23:48 for the opening 200 meters. Almost ran out of time there. I just wanted to let you know what the 200 meters were for Key and Halprin. So anyway, we've got some excitement around personal best, notwithstanding it's exciting just to get a personal best. But we're looking to recognize these athletes at every corner, no matter how small, no matter how large. So it's been fun. And when you walk into the Calgary Oval, you might wonder if you're not connected to the sport of speed skating, or even if you are, you see this huge transparent sphere that has hundreds and hundreds of ping pong balls on them. And all those ping pong balls represent is personal bests for skaters. Crossing the line first is Cheyenne Key with a personal best of 1:33.25 and Talia Halprin with a time of 1:39.97. We now move to the 12th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Sophia Major. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith. In the inside lane in the second pairing from Alberta, Denise Westling. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Julianne Lazare.
Go to the start. Ready. To the
Ask and I shall receive, everybody out in West webcast land. Dustin Miller, who is
ready.
My boss, if you will, and is a senior executive here at the Calgary Oval, is working on video streaming. You get to see all this footage because of Dustin in terms of the camera angles. Just informed me that there are 966 personal bests. So if there was a contest, I guess I would have enough intel in advance. 966 ping pong balls. If every kid had filled one out and put it in that sphere, 966, that's a lot. And 1,593 seasons bests since August, the Summer Classic, and also up until last weekend. That's so cool. Sophia Major. Sophia Major looks like she's not going to complete the race. 22:61 for Megan Smith. In her opening 200 meters, something happened with Major, is off and will not finish the race, unfortunately. Denise Wessling with an opening 200 meters of 24:09, and Julianne Lazari at 23.1. So I just looked up and heard somebody say that White is out. That's Sophia Major with the white armband. Something happened, but she stood up on the south corner and headed to the inner lane, and that is it for her race. Something is up, either equipment or physically. Hopefully everything will be okay for her next set of races. Megan Smith's time, 1:37.07, her 1,000 meters. Wessling and Lazari are still on the ice. Two Alberta skaters finishing up their 1,000 meters. Everything she can muster. Lazari crossing the line with a time of 1:39.47 with a personal best. And 1:43.96 for Wessling. Two Alberta skaters complete. We move to the 13th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from BC, Leah Turner. In the outer lane from Alberta, Margaret Breedlove. And in the second pairing from Alberta, in the inside lane, Sophia Cross. And in the outer lane from BC, Maya Onos.
Go to the start.
966 personal bests. That's a lot. That tells me that the training, the dedication, the commitment to the sport is working for these kids. I know firsthand what goes into
the start.
The shaping of a speed skater. At least in my early years, I didn't grow up with the sport. I was saying earlier, I skated hockey. I grew up with hockey. Every kid of my era wanted to play in the NHL. My dream was actually to be an NHL official, and I was heading in that direction and retired at 22. So I know how to skate. I know how to skate with hockey skates, but with speed skates, and I do have a pair, I'm learning how to skate, but Randy Plett out of Winnipeg is teaching me how to cross over without heading to the hospital. And so loving the opportunity to skate when I can, but with a career and also busy volunteering for speed skating, the time's limited. But lots of opportunity in Winnipeg with the artificial ice, or natural ice. I want artificial. Natural ice, because looks like we're going on our fourth month of having it. Leah Turner's opening 200 meters at 22:51, and Breedlove in at 22.4. And when I watch some of the skaters that are of my age, let's go to the 200 meters first. Cross opener 23:76 and Onos at 24:29. So when I watch some of the skaters who are my age out there, I'm really inspired and love the fact that they're lacing up the skates and attempting to get their own personal best, just like their children. That's so cool. Yeah, in Winnipeg we have natural ice. We took it over from the city, Speed Skating Manitoba. And we basically have the ice now from about December 1st. That's skatable. Let me go call the finish of this race. So personal bests all around for Leah Turner, 1:34.84. Margaret Breedlove, 1:38.15. Personal bests in pairing number 1 of Quartet 13. Here comes the final pairing with Cross and Onos. Let's hope for some PBs or some season's best. Crossing the line first, no pun intended, is Sophia Cross at 1:43.21 and Onos in at 1:44.67. We now move to the final race of the 1,000 meter women's in the inside lane in this pairing from BC, Karen Reppen. Yeah, so Winnipeg has natural ice. It's about 2 inches thick, 400-meter oval, very similar in dimensions, almost exactly to almost virtually every oval. And we have an opportunity right now to go into our 4th month with this ice. So we have a combination of really nice skating temperature and also great ice. And public hours, so the public can use it and are starting to use it more and more. We have an event every year in Manitoba or Winnipeg called Skate the Oval. What was interesting is being in Halifax at the Oval, the Emery Oval, that was the venue for the long track, I almost cried because it's primarily, it basically the public rallied around that venue, and it got put in place. And Halifax and Nova Scotia use that immensely. Basically, they have like a skate the oval on a daily basis. There's lineups to rent skates and skate on that oval, and it's really quite amazing how much Nova Scotia loves that oval and uses it. It's mostly primarily public. We kind of invaded it and became a high-performance venue for 1 week during the Canada Winter Games, and thank you, Halifax Oval, and all the staff, the 60 staff that work out of there. And so we really appreciate you allowing us into your speed skating living room for that week. You delivered us some interesting weather for sure, but we got the races off. Anyway, I'm really talking about ovals outside. I happen to focus on, talk a little bit about Winnipeg. As we watch Karen Reppen, a master skater from British Columbia, and she's got the bell lap. She had an opener of 33.64. So Karen Reppen is on the ice right now. It's 9:35. Karen from British Columbia, a master skater. 300 meters to go to finish up her 1,000 meters. We will then do an ice resurfacing, and we'll be back at 10:05. 10:05, we'll be back for the men's 1,000 meter races. 22 quartets, and we'll do them all in one fell swoop without an ice resurfacing, ahead of the women's 3,000 and the men's 5,000 today. So give a round of applause for Karen Reppen as she crosses the line. And that completes the 13 quartets and one pairing. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:36 on the clock. We're back at 10:05. Give it up for Yin Chi with a We're going to roll the results here in a moment, and you'll see them on the screen. And here we go. Let's have a look at the list. The top three, Yin Chi with a time of 1:15.21 from China. Allison Demery with 1:17.18. And Rose Lavotewa from Quebec, 1:18.05. Those are the top 8 on the screen. We'll see you back here at 10:05. And ladies, for those that receive personal bests, make sure you put your name on a ping pong ball with your time and date. Make sure it gets in the sphere. 966 personal bests so far since August of 2022 at the Summer Classic. 966, I've been told. So see you back here at 10:05.
You just ask him for a test pulse then, boss? So starter to electronics, test pulse. Test pulse.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. One minute.
We will have 19 quartets and 2 pairings after that. The first quartet I will introduce now. In the first pairing of the first quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard. In the outer lane from Sweden, David Carlingshoe. In the inner lane of the second pairing from Alberta, Jack Diebert. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Roger. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start.
Okay, everybody, we're live back at the Calgary Oval. We're quiet inside the Oval. The
Ready.
starters are about to get the first pairing underway. Gregory Picard from Quebec
Go
and David Carlingshoe
to
from
the start.
Sweden. So a Canadian and a Swedish skater on the ice right now, Jack Diebert and Antoine Roger, 2 Canadians, one from Alberta. Diebert from Alberta, Roger from Quebec.
Ready.
You can tell by their skin suits. Quebec is in the navy and black, and Alberta is in the orange and black. Also, if you're ever in doubt, white and red is the first pairing for armbands, and yellow and blue for the second pairings. Picard's opening 200 meters is 18.05. Carlingshoe at 17.44. That's obviously, well, and in the second pairing, Diebert's opener is 18.83, and Roger's in for the fastest opener at 17.04 of this first quartet and first 2 pairings here of the men's 1,000 meter race. Okay, that race ended very quickly. Carlingshoe with the season's best of 1:13.09. Picard in at 1:15 on the nose. Here comes Diebert and Roger. Roger is in the blue armband, Diebert in the yellow. Roger crosses the line with the season's best of 1:11.08, and Diebert in at 1:15.18. In the second quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. In the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. In the second pairing in the inside lane from BC, Kieran Hansen. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William Lemle-Bilidou.
Go to the start.
Lacroix and Hanston, or Laxton, Lacroix and
Ready.
Laxton on the opening pairing.
Go to the start.
I finally had a chance to get caught up with Kieran Hansen from British Columbia, and this young man has a very, very interesting story. He actually, first of all, represented his province at the
Ready.
Canada Winter Games, although I never connected with them out there. I'm going to call the opening 200 meters. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Kieran, because I don't think he's racing the 5,000 meter. That would be too much for him physically. Plus, he's more a sprinter. Opening 200 meter times. Lacroix in at 17:27. Matthew Laxton in at 17:65. Lemle-Bilidou clocks in the second fastest 200 meter time at 17:11, and Hansen in at 17:23. So I just have a moment to tell you a little bit about Kieran Hansen. I asked him how long he'd been skating. It's about a dozen years. And but I hadn't met him before, and there's a reason for that. He had been away from the sport for 3 years. And so he told me a story, and I asked him if I could share a little bit about it. So I'll just talk a little bit about it. But at the age of 16, he had mobility issues to the point where he actually couldn't even walk. It was hip issues that were genetic. I'm going to call the end of this race. Laquayan with a personal best of 1:11.38, 1:12.75 for Laxton. If these guys weren't so fast in the 1,000 meters, I could actually tell a story. Anyway, his left hip was rebuilt from a birth defect. Hansen's time, 1:11.63. Lemelin Bilodeau at 1:11 for a season's best for him. We move to the third quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Yankun Zhao. In the outer lane from Norway, outside lane, Eric Roussel. In the second pairing, inside lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon. Okay, I'm going to try and get this story in because it's really interesting. He's coached by Kevin Crockett. Basically, a 3-year hiatus in the sport due to a birth defect on his hip. And it's called femora stebular, looking at my writing, impingement. Femora acetabular impingement. That's the medical term, a birth defect. Anyway, they rebuilt his left hip, and he's coming back to skate. What a remarkable story. After 16 years, he took 3 years off, and he's got some reoccurring issues around the whole hip. But he's on his way back. And what a nice young man to connect with, and I wish him all the best. And he's coached by Kevin Crockett. So that's my story about Kieran Hansen. Kieran, it was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for sharing. Yankun Zhao in at 16:46, Roussel in at 16:74. Blistering paces by Zhao and Roussel, the first and second fastest opening 200 meters. Now Doyon takes the second fastest 200 meters at 16.7. Holzer in at 17.62. So Yankun Zhao is having quite a year. He got 3 medals at the Canada Winter Games and wasn't feeling great, but he raced the best possible. He got a silver in the 500, a bronze in the team pursuit, and I think it's a silver in the 1,000. And so Yankun Zhao is a very, very fast skater, and he is happy, screaming loud at 1:08.68 for a personal best. Yankun Zhao puts a cap on his 1,000-meter year, and more to come yet. Roussel in at 1:11.52. Rare to see that kind of enthusiasm after a race, and we'll celebrate that. Hobbs, Holzer, and Andre Doyon. Personal best for Doyon at 1:08.83, and Holzer in at 1:12.79. Arms in the air, cheers loud. Congrats, gent. Fourth quartet, first pairing inside lane from Alberta. Jalen Doan, outer lane, first from Nova Scotia. Cooper Eamon in the second pairing inside lane from Ontario. Ryan Gibson, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Paul Coder. These personal bests have got me fired up here in the timing deck.
To the start.
So Marc-Andre Doyon and Yankun Zhao are going to be ecstatic. Now let's see how Jalen Doan, Cooper Eamon, Ryan Gibson, and Paul Coder answer back.
Ready.
Well, Yankun Zhao has had a great year representing his country at Insel, Germany in the World Junior Championships and Cup 3. Jalen Doan has had an excellent year as well, representing his country, getting close to the podium over there when we were least expected in Europe. But 5 medals, Jalen Doan. 3 gold, a bronze, and a silver for Jalen at the Canada Winter Games. What a medal haul for Jalen Doan. Quite amazing. 16:83 for Doan. 16:83 for the opening 200 meters for Doan, and Eamon at 16:52. Gibson 16:76 for his opening 200 meters, and Paul Coder at 17:33. You're seeing some fast, exciting racing at the Calgary Olympic Oval right now before your eyes, live on Saturday, March 11th. Jalen Doan, Cooper Eamon, Ryan Gibson, Paul Coder on the ice right now. All are very fast skaters. Eamon is competed in Winnipeg. It took home a couple golds. Let's have a look at some of the skating times. Cooper Eamon time 108.98. Jalen Doan 110.64. And Gibson crossing the line first of a personal best of 109.60, and Coder in for a season's best at 110.74. We now move to the fifth quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec. David Laroux. In the outer lane from Ontario, Vincent Dehaitre. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Hubert Marcotte. And in the outer lane from Taiwan, Tai Wei Ling.
Go to the start.
So, quartet number 3 with Zhao and crew, and quartet 4 with Eamon and crew have set some
Ready.
blistering paces. I expect the times to get a little bit lower
Go
for Laroux,
to the start.
Dehaitre, Marcotte, and Win Lee. So I get an opportunity to toggle back and forth between communicating
Ready.
inside the oval and to you on the webcast. We're seeing some very, very exciting end-of-season races. This is awesome. And some enthusiasm from the skaters, which you don't normally see. So David Laroux sets an opening blistering 200 meters at 16:44. Vincent Dehaitre in at 17:15. Let's see when Marcotte and Wei Ling comes in. Marcotte in at 16:84 and Wei Ling at 17 seconds. Now they settle in, so to speak, for 2 laps to go or less. Bell lap for Laroux and Dehaitre. Let's see if they can challenge Eamon and Zhao and Doyon for what appears to be the 3 fastest times so far. Gibson is in there as well. Bell lap for Marcotte and Wei Ling. Here comes Laroux, crossing the line at a season's best of 108.28, and Dehaitre in at 109.78. Here comes Marcotte and Wei Ling as they enter the final corner with a few meters left. Everything they got. Finishing up their 1,000 meters, a yellow armband is Hubert Marcotte, a medalist at the University Games in 2 distances. Season's best for him, 109.43, and Wei Ling at 110.14. In the 6th quartet, in the inside lane of the first pairing from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. In the outer lane from Ontario, Chris Homestead. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Andre Rasmus. And in the outer lane from Norway, Christian Landro Magnusson. Kulbacki and Homestead in the first pairing. Andre Erasmus,
Go
Magnusson
to the start.
in the second pairing. Kulbacki represented his province at the Canada Winter Games. Came real close to the podium in a couple of races. 4th and 2 actually.
Ready.
And just so close. The competition was just tough. However, he can
Go
hold his head high because
to
he's
the
having a
start.
breakout year as a first-year University of Calgary student, training all year round in the oval. And so he's having PB times, I would expect. I wouldn't be surprised, let's say it that way, that if he doesn't get a PB in this race. Andre Erasmus
Ready.
represented Alberta, and he took home a bronze medal in the team pursuit. Good for Andre. Let's have a look at their opening 200 meters. Chris Olmsted in at 17.5 in the first opening 200 meters. Kulbacki at 17.98. Magnusson in at 17.08. And Erasmus at 17.25. I'll say this to the webcasters, but not in the oval, that we probably have seen the fastest times in quartet 3, 4, and 5 of the 12 fastest skaters now, and so these skaters will be chasing their personal bests, or if they're so inclined, to chase the times laid down by Eamon and Laroux and Zhao. Love the excitement. Marcotte. Just some blistering skating speeds for these skaters. Let's call in the end of this race. Personal best, there we go. Ryan Kulbacki, 112.73, and Chris Homestead at 113.34 for his final time. Here comes Andre Rasmus and Christian Landro Magnusson from Norway. Rasmus in the yellow armband crossing the line first with a personal best of 113.3, and Magnusson in a 17.7 seconds. In the 7th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from BC, Nicholas Golayev. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Émile Huard. In the second pairing from Quebec, in the inside lane, Félix Larochelle. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Zachary Depré.
Go to the start.
Hopefully, those that are watching from Quebec, you're approving of my pronunciation of your French skaters. I've spent some time with Sabrina and Sebastian and
Ready.
assisting them, and Marc-Andre, and of course Munsif. They've
Go
helped me.
to the start.
Because I can assure you my grade 10 French does not help me. But I can tell you that my kids are taking, they're in French immersion school learning French. It's such a beautiful language. They will not, my kids will not speak French in
Ready.
my house, in my presence. When I say, bonjour, je m'appelle papa, they just run like ET's coming out of the closet. It's just not a happy situation. But they speak beautiful French when spoken to by other French people. Goliath opening 200 meters, 17.67. Huard in at 17.61. Here comes La Rochelle with the yellow armband at a 17.96 clip, and Depré at 17.38. So Zachary Depré has represented both Felix Rochelle and Zachary Depré represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. And Zachary Depré had 4 medals. He had a gold in the team pursuit, and then he got 3 bronzes in the 500, 1500, and the mass start. So Zachary Depré had one heck of a Canada Winter Games, and Felix Rochelle also represented his province and took home a gold in the team pursuit. Personal best for Goliath, a 1:13.47. Émile Huard at 1:13.34 for a season's best. Here comes La Rochelle and Depré. 2 competitors and friends. Personal best for both of them. Depré in at 1:12.74 and La Rochelle 1:12.98. Congrats. In the 8th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caden Witowski. In the outer lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson.
Oh.
And in the outer lane from Alberta, Logan Toblin.
Go
Yeah, so Quebec
to the
had a
start.
very strong showing in the team pursuit at the Canada Winter Games. Antoine Mal, Raphael Cote, Felix Larochelle, Zachary Depré.
Ready.
They got the gold medal in the team pursuit.
Go
They
the start.
they had a very, very strong race. They actually had, because of the weather and the ice conditions, so we started the team pursuit. I think it was on the Wednesday, and we had to move it to the Thursday.
Ready.
So we got one race in Quebec and Saskatchewan were racing, or Quebec and Alberta, but they had to do that race all over again. And so it gave both Quebec and Alberta another chance. Quebec came on top. Alberta took the silver, and Alberta took the bronze, and Saskatchewan the silver. Exciting races at the Canada Winter Games. Caden Witowski, 17.66. Champagne at 17.49 for their opening 200 meters. Toblin in at 17.72. And Farquharson in at 17.93. Yeah, hanging out at the Canada Winter Games, just sharing some of my experiences over the winter. That happened to be one of my highlights, was good old-fashioned outdoor speed skating at its finest, with Mother Nature delivering us all kinds of weather conditions. And the last day was snow-filled with wind. It was exciting for the athletes, the officials. It was look, you weren't going to get personal bests out there. But that wasn't about that. It was about finishing and placing. Champagne crosses the line with a personal best of 1:11.66. Witowski in at 1:15.41. He books in a season's best. He'll be happy with that. And here comes Farquharson and Toblin to finish up this 8th quartet. Crossing the line first is Toblin with a personal best of 1:13.30. I'm not tiring of saying personal best. And Farquharson in at 1:14.62. In the 9th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Norway, Martin Solberg Andreasen. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Raphael Cote. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. And in the outer lane from the United States of America, Jerzy Hitler.
Blue, you have to go back behind, just even with white, please. Inner, yeah, thanks.
Well, hello to all of those that have just joined us on the webcast. You can access the webcast through the Speed
Go
Skating Canada
to
website,
the
the
start.
University of Calgary website, or now you can use the app. You can now use the app on a device. It's called Sportity. And if you go and type in speed
Ready.
skating, I think our event comes up, and to get the code, it's GPCC4.
Go.
Stands for
the
Grand
start.
Prix Canada Cup 4, GPCC4. You can also get it on your desktop or your computer. I just don't have the address handy right now. But bottom line is
Ready.
technology is changing more and more and is getting more and more involved in these meets. Say goodbye to paper, almost, although I might be an exception to that rule. Andreasen from Norway books in a 17:38 200 meters, Cote at 17:63. Buchwald and Hitler coming in with a few meters to go. Hitler's opening 200 meters 18:33 and Buchwald in at 18:53. Just an interesting fun fact about Adam Buchwald, which is I thought he was one of the skaters that would turn into be a short tracker, but he just grew. I think Adam is like 6'3". Most short trackers are much smaller than that or shorter than that. But Adam then is evolved and has transitioned into a long track skater. And one of the fun facts out of Adam is that he created a new track record in Winnipeg. More about this in a moment. Crossing the line first is Raphael Cote, 1:12.71 for a personal best, and Anderson at 1:14.20. I got a few seconds to get in this story. So he established a new track record, 30-year record that was held by Mike Hall. And he bested that record by 8 seconds. 10,000-meter race outdoor at the Winnipeg track. Adam Buchwald, personal best at 1:15.62, and Hitlin with the season's best of 1:16.17. We now move to the 10th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. In the outer lane from Quebec, William Lafrancois. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Liam Robinson. And in the outer lane from Switzerland, Matthias Nigeli. Yeah, so Buchwald stepped up to the plate in a very cold day by himself with fans, his family and friends, and the speed skating community cheering him on. And 25 laps around a 400-meter track. 16 minutes later, the Mike Hall 30-year record was broken. Now owned by Adam Buchwald. Another fun fact is another Hall came back and broke the 3,000-meter record in Winnipeg, and that's Laura Hall. She did that at the Canada Cup 3. She also broke the track record at Lake Placid, believe it or not, at the University Games held earlier this year. So one Hall record broken, another one established. So opening 200 meters, Lafrancois, 18:09 for him, and Nielsen at 18.14. As you see in the screen, in the oval or on your device, Robinson's opening at 200 meters, 18:44, and Nigeli in at 18:87. 1,000-meter race, 2 1/2 laps around, a 400-meter oval. A very fan-favorite distance for most sprinters, the 500 and 1,000. Those sprinters tend to focus on. They love the 500 and the 1,000. They don't love the 1,500. They tend to have a love-hate relationship with that distance. So if you've just joined us on the webcast, this is quartet number 10 of 21. We'll have 19, I think we're going to actually have 19 quartets, and then we'll have 2 pairings after that. A personal best for William Lafrancois from Quebec at 1:15.61. Congratulations, William. Oscar Nielsen from Sweden books in a season's best of 1:17.44. In the yellow armband, here comes Robinson. Looks like he'll cross the line first with a personal best of 1:16.89 and a season's best for Nigeli in at 1:17.20. We now move to the 11th quartet in the first pairing from Ontario in the inside lane, Stephen Lee. In the outer lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. In the second pairing from Alberta in the inside lane, Mark Choman. And in the outer lane from India, Pratik Prasad.
Go to the start.
So these guys are whipping off these races very quick. And tons of personal bests. There's going to be some very happy kids and we're going to add to the 966 ping
Ready.
pong balls in the sphere. We're definitely going to be well over 1,000 ping pong balls
Go
in this sphere
to the
where
start.
personal bests are recognized by putting their name. You might think, well, ping pong ball. But you know what? It's a recognition, a name, the distance, and the time goes on a ping pong
Ready.
ball in a sphere at the Olympic Oval venue at the guest services desk, and that sphere continues to fill up. And we'll be doing a job. My guess is by the end, there'll be 1,100 ping pong balls in there. Stephen Lee's opener is 1831. Caleb Jacobson, 1788. Pratik Prasad, 1884. And I've gone ahead and introduced 4 skaters. Looks like Merrick Choman did not find the start line for whatever reason. So we have 3 skaters on the ice in this quartet. Stephen Lee, Caleb Jacobson, Pratik Prasad.
He's got one.
Well, I don't know what you're doing on your Saturday, March 11th, 2023. I know what I'm doing. I'm hanging out on the timing deck with my speed skating colleagues around a passionate group of people who love this sport, announcing and providing a little commentary. I hope you're enjoying it. Caleb Jacobson crosses the line at 1:17:06 and Stephen Lee at 1:18:27 with a personal best for him. You might notice my voice will change back and forth. It'll go from a conversational voice to an announcing voice. They're actually 2 different jobs. Let's go here. And Pratik Prasad with a season's best of 1:18:42. We now move to the 12th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi, and in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Liam McKegg. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Prince Edward Island, Andrew Binns. And in the outer lane from Australia, Darius Ashetti.
Go to the
So
start.
Angelozzi and McKegg in this first pairing of the 12th quartet, 19 quartets in total, and then 2 pairings to follow. And then Binns from PEI.
Ready.
He represented his province during the Canada Winter Games. I had a chance to
Go
meet his father and
to
had a
the
good
start.
chat with him, who also speed skates, loves the sport.
Ready.
Opening 200-meter time, Eric Angelozzi, 1897, McKegg in at 18 and change, Binns at 1892, and Ashetti in at 1997.
I can't see it, but good, thanks.
So Greg Plenert, our meeting coordinator, came by and wrote down some information that is really interesting sharing since I guess I got on the track record fun fact train. The junior Canadian record was established in March, for the 1,000 meter was established in March 16th, 2008. So what is that? That's 15 years ago. And it was set by, I'll come back to this in a second. 2 personal bests in this first pairing of this quartet. Angelozzi at a 1:17:93 and McKegg at 1:18:07. Here comes Binns and Ashetti. Binns with the yellow armband to match his outfit. Personal best for him at 1:18:39. Ashetti, who loves to speed skate, 1:21:05. In the 13th pairing, 13th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from BC, Nate Benn. In the outer lane from Alberta, James Wigglesworth. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Alex Wood. In the outer lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. Okay, let me pick up where I left off.
To the start.
I guess I'm on the fun fact track record train for what I know from my experience this year. The junior Canadian record for the 1,000 meters was
Ready.
established March 16th, so basically almost 15
Go
years ago to the day. It was
to
a
the
time of
start.
1:08:56. That's not so much significant. Well, I guess the time is, but it's who established it. Phil Riopel. Phil Riopel is an oval program coach now.
Ready.
Oftentimes, competitive skaters will turn into coaches, and Phil Riopel is no exception. Phil Riopel, your record was almost in jeopardy today. Yang Kun Zhao almost beat it by 1/1200ths of a second. Yang Kun came in at 1:08.68. He was so established, and he's on the screen right now. You can see him in the coach's box, and he's second of the four. So that's Phil Riopel. Let me call the 200-meter. 1927 and 20.03 for Ben and Wigglesworth in the white and red armbands. Those are the opening 200 meters. And Alex Wood breaking both 20 seconds, 19.18 for Wood, and Sutherland at 19.43. So that is cool. Yang Kun Zhao was obviously incredibly enthused when he finished his race. He's had a great year, but you know he's a competitor. He comes by the sport honestly, given who his mother is, so Yang Kun almost challenged and beat Phil Riopel's record. So Phil, your record is safe for today, but with Yang Kun and the likes of Yang Kun, I'm not so sure. But right now you're good. So James Wigglesworth, 1,000 meter time is 1:20.67. Nate Ben at 1:23.95. Here comes Alex Wood and Joshua Sutherland. Sutherland's time, a personal best, 1:19 right on the nose, and Alex Wood 1:20.18. That should put a smile on their face. 14th quartet coming up in the first pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Aaron Reel. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Arvid Karlingsjö. In the second pairing of this quartet from Quebec, in the inside lane, Edouard Beaulieu. And in the outer lane from BC, Cameron Thomas.
Go to the start.
Speaking of track records, Cooper Eamon set a track record in Halifax. I'll double check, but I think it was for the 1,000 meters. 13, and we joke about it as Cooper hangs out here at the Oval and is a rising star
to the start.
Sprinter in the Canadian long track circuit, and 13 skaters bested that record. But he set that record when he was 16 years old. So a lot of the skaters, were 17, 18 in at the Canada Winter Games. Jalen Doan took home the gold for that. And there were some other track records broken out of Halifax, too. I think Jalen Doan might have broken the 500-meter track record. I'll just have to check. But track records are falling, and that's a good thing, actually. Records are set to be broken. So Aaron Reel, 1863 from Manitoba in opening, and down goes Beaulieu. That it looks like on the north corner, Karlingsjö. I didn't get his opening 200 meters. I was a little late. Beaulieu, 1878 for his opening 200 meters. That's too bad. For I guess it's for Cameron Thomas. As long as he's okay, that's the main thing. Just gets up and he'll have other races to compete. Trying to put a silver lining on the situation. So crossing the line with a personal best is Aaron Reel at 1:19.88. I don't have a time for Karlingsjö and Beaulieu. And Beaulieu is still on the ice. And don't have some times. So I got Reel's time. Aaron Reel with a personal best. If I get the other times, I'll let you know.
It appears there will be some ice repair.
We now move to the 15th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Ian Dwyer. In the outer lane from Quebec, Luca Sullivan. We may be doing a track check. Are we doing a track check?
Andrew, I don't think we should worry about this backline thing for the boys in the first thing.
We are doing a track check. All I have to do is look on the ice.
We'll just
Look up from my monitor, Sky Guy, and you'll actually see some action on the ice. Okay. Well, we have the 1,000 meters. We're well into it, ladies and gentlemen, both on the podcast and also inside the Oval. Let's have a look at the leaders. I got David LaRue with the fastest time. Yankun Zhao had an opportunity to challenge his time almost challenged Riopel's 15-year record. It's safe for now. Cooper Eamon is in there. Hubert Marcotte is in there. And here we go. I'll introduce the skaters after they start.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we're getting all sorted out here. There was a bit of a fall by Cameron Thomas, a track check, slight delay. We're back at it. Quartet number 15, one skater in the first pairing in the outer lane from Quebec, Luca Sullivan. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Etienne Perron. And in the outer lane from BC, Austin McGregor. Three skaters in this quartet, two from Quebec and one from BC. See Sabrina Lapointe, coach in the coach's corner, giving one of her skaters, probably Lucas Sullivan, some assistance. I saw Sebastien Beaulieu. He's in the coach's corner as well, next to Sabrina, and he'll be assisting Etienne Perron. And I'll pay attention to who's in the coach's box for assisting Austin McGregor here. Crossing the line, completing his 1,000 meters, is Luca Sullivan, 1:21.54. Always hard to skate by yourself. Every skater will tell you that. They need another skater to push them. And as you can see, with his final few meters left between Perron and McGregor. Crossing the line first is McGregor, 1:21.75, and Etienne Perron with a personal best of 1:22.12. We now, we now move to the 16th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Evan Boyce, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenek. In the second pairing of this quartet from Alberta in the inside lane, Mitchell Westling. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Max Williams.
Go. Go to the start.
Okay, got quiet in the oval for a moment. I've turned the microphone off, but not quiet on the webcast. Hi, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the commentary and the skating.
Go
Looks like
to
I've
the
called
start.
4 skaters once again, and only 3 show up. I really don't like when that happens. I guess I should pay attention more, but I have to assume that if a skater is signed up for the race and the rules are 1 hour before race time, that's when the pairings are put in place and no more scratches or changes are allowed by the coaches. So if a skater doesn't show up, they simply don't race. But it's unfortunate because then the solo skater, in this case Evan Boyce, doesn't benefit from that race the same way he would as if there was another skater on the ice. So Boyce's opening 200 meters is 19:56, 20.08 for Westling, and Max Williams 20.13. But it's always, I guess, best for me to introduce the 4 skaters because I don't know if they're just out of the screen and they're ready to come on the screen and get ready for the start of the race, or they're actually late, or they've actually scratched due to injury, or they missed the time. Who knows? But at this level, even down the pairings, even at this level, these kids know that there's a start time, there's a race time, and they should be there. But oftentimes, and virtually in every case, there is a reason. So, crossing the line first with a personal best. Very hard to do without a skater on the ice. Congratulations, Evan Boyce, a PB, 1:23.68, digging deep.
Yeah, that's what
And achieving a PB for yourself. That's got to be satisfying. Here comes Max Williams crossing the line first with a time of 1:23, right on the nose, and then Westling clocks in a 1:24.38 for a personal best for him. In the 17th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Matthew Engel. In the outer lane from Ontario, Chandra Danda. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Olivier Landreville. In the outer lane from Ontario, Cameron Mason.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now, if you notice,
Go
okay, if
to
you're
the start.
watching right now at home or on your device, take a look. Okay, see the first two skaters off, second two skaters that go, look to the right. Look how many people are to the right. There's at least probably 10 right in the starter line. Let me tell you what's
Ready.
going on. Blair Toblin and Andrew Cross, who are speed skating dads and tremendous volunteers, are coaching and mentoring and putting on a level 2 starters clinic. I'm hoping to have an interview with Blair Toblin or Andrew Cross after the women's 3,000 meters if they're available. There's 14 parents or people who are committed to wanting to say, look, I now want to be an official. Doesn't have to necessarily be a starter, but they're now showing their commitment to go the route. And our sport will take all kinds of volunteers and officials and starters, referees, and level 2 is just that signal to make that statement. So 14 are being coached. That's why you see so many on the start line. You can see them down there, and they're all probably talking about how to start, what do you look for, how do you blow the whistle, what do you say, everything that a starter is looking for, which is you want 2 wax museum figures on the start line before the gun goes off, so it's a fair start for everybody. Anyway, that's what's happening. Actually, I think there's a de facto mentoring program going on for officials and volunteers. Let me go to the oval now. Matthew Engel with a personal best of 121.6 and crossing the line almost exactly the time Engel did, 121.66. PBs for Engel and Danda. Way to go, gentlemen. Here comes Landreville and Mason. Mason with a PB of 123.12 and Landreville with a PB of 123.84. We now move to the 18th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Ontario, Isaac Emblin. And in the outer lane from BC, Leander Ebbett. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Camden Bettas. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Revy.
Go to the start.
If you wonder why
Ready.
I'm announcing the names so quickly, is I don't have a lot of time. I mean, if I want to announce the names of the skaters before the
Go
race,
to
I
the
basically
start.
have to do it at the end, almost the start, at the end of the last race, after I announce the times, and then go right into it. Because the starters want a rhythm, they don't want to delay, and the last
Ready.
person they don't want to delay them is the announcing guy, Sky Guy. So the starters and I, we talk about it. We talk about getting into a rhythm, what's best. To me, announcing the kids' names, the name is the sweetest sounding word in the English language. I want these kids to hear their names right at the beginning. Why? Because once these kids race, they don't hear anything. They don't hear my voice. They don't hear the coach's voice, or rarely do they do. If I played music, they wouldn't hear them. They are so into their race. I'm just white noise. They just pick up what they need to pick up. They have a race strategy. Emblem's opening 200, 20.74, and 20.83 for Eblett. Emblem and Ebbett on the ice right now. Bettas, 1964, for his opening 200, and Revy at 20.11.
Test.
So when these skaters race, and I got Sean Ireland beside me, he's about 8 feet away. If I ask Sean right now, my guess is he would say the same thing. When the gun went off and the race started, do you hear anything? What do you hear? And my sense is he and all the other, as other athletes have said, other skaters, they don't hear a thing. They're exhausted. They got a race plan. They're pushing their body. It's called speed skating for a reason. And so that's why I announced so quickly. I got a little bit of time now for the first pairing, but not when the second pairing crosses over. So if you're ever wondering why I'm speed talking, that's why. Ebbett's personal best, 127.63. Emblem in at 129.8. PB for Bettas at 123.77. And Revy in a PB 125.67. Now to the 19th quartet in the inside lane from Saskatchewan. Ryan Wang in the outer lane from BC, Thierry Havelka. In the inner lane, in the second pairing from Alberta, Owen Kay. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Octavian Moga.
Okay. I have
There,
done 7
there's a
games
perfect
this
example.
season. I
Okay,
have
now
done
let's start these
7
racers. I
competitions
don't see
this
one on the
season, so
screen, but I see all these starters in their level in their level 2 clinic. And so something's up. I don't know what's up. Something's going on, but there'll be a bit of a delay.
I can't see it. I'll put it here.
So I see Tao Cheng with, if you look in the top right-hand corner of the screen, Tao Cheng's from Manitoba. He's got the armband. It looks like as they move further down the pairings, they're actually getting some of the starters to start and practice. And I've done this now for a number of years, and you can tell a starter and in terms of whether they're seasoned or not. And they've got to learn somewhere. And so they have these clinics. And level 2 clinic, starter clinic by Laird Toblin and Andrew Cross is happening as we speak. Now there's a delay, and I'm not sure exactly what that delay is. So the 19th quartet is coming up, and the whistle is gone. The introductions have happened. Here we go.
Go to the start.
Okay, so no track issue, just a slight delay. No big deal. Doesn't put us behind in any way, shape, or
Ready.
form. So Ryan Wang from Saskatchewan, Thierry Havelka, just got the starter gun to go off, and here
to
we
the
go.
start.
This is the first pairing of the 19th quartet. And Owen Kay and Octavian Moga, Battle of Alberta.
Ready.
And here we go. Thierry Havelka's opening 200 meters is 20.48. Ryan Wang at 21.62. After this race, there'll be 2 more, but there'll be pairs. 83-year-old Ron Johnston's coming up. I'm not kidding. I didn't make that up, actually. 83. Ron took a tumble in the 500, got right back up and finished his race.
Okay.
These seniors, these masters are inspirations, and they get the same amount of airtime and enthusiasm as the best skaters on the ice because this sport is inclusive. This event is inclusive. It narrows out a little bit going into next weekend's event because there are time standards for the 500, 1,000, and 1,500. This weekend's meet sets it up for next weekend. Here comes Ryan Wang. Havelka clocks in a personal best of 1:30.01, and Ryan Wang in at 1:37.05. Here comes Kay and Moga. (1,000 meters). Crossing the line first is Owen Kay with a personal best of 1:36.38, and Moga in at 1:36.70 for a season's best. Okay, in this pairing, we have an inside lane, Ron Johnston from Alberta, and in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Kunio Tazaha.
Go to the start. Ready.
Quartet. Whoops. Okay, this is pair number 20. 19 quartets have been complete. Pair number 20 will have one more pair, and that will be it for the men's 1,000 meters. Ron Johnson and
don't know either.
Kuno Tasahara
I don't like it either, yeah.
on the ice from Alberta.
Yeah.
83 years old, Ron Johnson.
Okay.
A youthful 83, I should say.
Oh, okay.
That's amazing.
We just gave a little bit of time for let him set it down.
Maybe we'll throw on some music for
Okay.
these guys.
Okay.
You can't hear it, but I'm just throwing on some Eye of the Tiger sport dance and music for these guys. Why not? Give them a little atmosphere. Kunio Tosahara crosses the line with a personal best. Congratulations, Kunio, a 137.59.
Yeah.
And we won't know Ron Johnson's time.
Okay.
So the final pairing of the 1,000 meter men's in the inside lane from Alberta, the legendary Bill Blonsky.
He's back. Just whistle. Go to the start. Ready. Yeah.
So I don't want it to be too quiet for you out in webcast land. It's 11 o'clock Calgary time. Just got to find my schedule to find out when we're coming back. We're going to take a break. Bill Blonsky's on the ice. I threw on some AC/DC for him. Thunderstruck. Give him a little thrill. Give him a little entertainment in terms of enthusiasm of music. 12:00. Looks like we're going to start the women's 3,000 meters at 12:30 Calgary time. 12:30. So that's in basically 1.5 hours. The women's will have an opportunity. The women for the women 3,000 will have an opportunity to warm up until 12:05. But you won't see that. So the 3,000 meter women and 5,000 meter men is going to come up after Bill Blonsky, who often skates alone and has got the Bell lap now. I heard it out here. Bill's dialed in. Had a chance to talk to him back in the fall. And he is always trying to get better. Always trying to get better. Might be a new skin suit, different equipment. He is dialed in. He loves this sport and everything about it. Even getting coached. We're happy for him. So Bill Blonsky, it's an opportunity to skate this weekend, but I don't believe he'll be skating next weekend, simply because of the time standards. So we're going to finish up the 1,000 meter men's race here momentarily, and we'll be back at 12:30. Come join us. I hope to have an interview with Blair Toblin or Andrew Cross about the level 2 starter, if you're at all interested. That'll be after the 3,000 meter women's race. Here comes Bill. I'll call it in. And give it up for Bill Blonsky. 2:43.45. That completes the 1,000 meter men's races. It's 11:02, ladies and gentlemen. The women have an opportunity to warm up for their 3,000 meters, which is slated to start at 12:30. Unless we hear differently. Ladies, your warm up is till 12:05. 12:05. ice resurfacing, and then 12:30 start. We'll see you in 1 hour and 28 minutes. Glad you're here, everybody. Welcome aboard.
2-minute warning. Check.
It's 12:28. We're going to start the women's 3,000 meters in 2 minutes or less. I'll introduce the first quartet in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. The 3,000 meter women's race is about to begin. And I want to announce the first quartet will be starting in the southwest corner. 7 and 1/2 laps around the 400 meter track. In quartet number 1 in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne. In the outer lane from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Rania Etsi. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. Good luck, ladies.
Go to the start.
Okay, this meet starts like clockwork, actually. Welcome back, everybody. If you've just joined us on the webcast,
Ready.
Ariane Fournier, Isabelle Champagne, Rania Etsi, and Darby Beeson. I know 3 of the 4 skaters
Go to
quite
the start.
well. I haven't had an opportunity to connect and communicate with Rania Etsi. I hope to, if she's staying another week for the oval finale.
Ready.
Excuse me, Darby Beeson, Isabelle Champagne, Ariane Fournier represented their provinces, their respective provinces at the Canada Winter Games. And we are underway. I'm going to announce the opening 200 meters, and then I'm going to come back on the webcast. So Isabelle Champagne's opening 200 meters is 23.23. Ariane Fournier at 23.12. Ron Yetzi at 22.51. And Darby Beeson at 21.89. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw on some techno music for the background, and I'm going to go on the webcast, and that's where I'm going to spend my afternoon during these races. I'll call the races in as we get closer to the end. Keep an eye on the lap times. So I don't know if you heard that or not at all in the webcast, but I threw on some music for the skaters, just some fast techno beats. And I'm just going to talk with you on the webcast. So let me tell you, I mean, one of the things that I like to do as a commentator, which is different than an announcer, is I like to connect with these athletes, get to know them. Who's behind the skin suits? Who are they? How did they get started? What are their hopes and dreams? A little bit about their families. So let's talk a little bit, first of all, about Isabelle Champagne, who was having, I would consider, a breakout year. We started to see it last year. This year, she's definitely set the stamp that she's interested in being in the long track circuit. I think she's either 15 or 16 years of age, but I think she might be skating as a 15-year-old. She was unable to qualify for the juniors. She wasn't old enough, but she did represent her province at the Canada Winter Games. And she did well. She medaled 3 times. She got a gold in the 1500 and a gold in the 3000. So I expect Isabelle will do well in this 3000. I don't think she'll have the fastest time because her skater's obviously much older than her. But she came back. She came back from the Winter Games with 2 golds. and a bronze in the mass start. She absolutely put on a clinic in the 3,000 meters. There was Isabel Champagne winning the gold in Halifax, and then there was everybody else. So I met her. My wife has met her mother. I haven't met her mother yet. Just a lovely girl. And I see big things in store for Isabel Champagne as the years unfold. I mean, you never know in the sport, right? Ariane Fournier, she represented her province. I got a chance to catch up with her. She represented her province in Quebec, or at the Canada Winter Games for Quebec. I think she was a figure skater early on, but switched over to speed skating. This is one of her favorite races. She loves the 3,000 and the 1,500. And she's come back from an injury. A few skaters have come back from injuries. She had a back injury, but she's been rehabbing. And she wants to give a shout out. If I was to give a shout out to somebody, it would be to her dad. Her dad, Vincent. And Vincent, according to your daughter, you've always been there for her, your biggest supporters. So thank you, Vincent, on behalf of Ariane. I think I heard a bell lap, so let me hurry up. Rania Etsy, I've not met, so I can't really comment on her. And Darby Beeson from Alberta. This young lady represented Canada at the Worlds Juniors. And watch out for this young lady. She had an incredible personal best in the 1,500, and she's got a heart of a lion, this kid. So I expect big things out of her. Loves the inline, loves short track, and represented her province in short track at the Canada Winter Games. So crossing the line, first is Isabel Champagne for a time of 4:37.55. Ariane Fournier, 4:48.50. Rania Etsy Darby Beeson at 4:28. And here comes Rania Etsy in at a time of 4:41 for a season's best for her. We now move to the second quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. In the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Gopelin. In the second pairing in the inside lane from BC, Kirsten Hagen. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Laurie Caillé.
Go to the start.
So I was a bit surprised at the first quartet. I
Ready.
thought the times would be a little bit quicker. To my surprise, they weren't. Not sure what they thought from the
Go
skaters'
to the
perspective,
start.
but from what I've seen these skaters all year, who knows? I mean, it's been a long season, and the main, the events.
Ready.
They represented their province at the Winter Games and some at the Worlds. Those are some tiring events. We're at the Worlds. You got to travel halfway across the world. This past year was in Innsel, Germany, and so let's see what's in store for the rest of the skaters as they move through the 3,000 meters. Claire Mallard and Victoria Gopelin is on the ice, as is Kirsten Hagen and Laurie Caillé. So the opening 200 meters for Claire Mallard is a 21.8, Gopelin in at 21.99, Hagen in at 22.06, and 21.36 for Caillé. I've thrown on some techno music for the skaters, give them some lively beats. I met the Mallards, the parents, I believe. Hang on, it's Bob. One moment. I think it was Bob. They introduced themselves to me at the Canada Winter Games. Got to go by memory sometimes, or write it down. Bob and Liz. I believe Bob at one point was a coach too. So the Mallards are a big speed skating family. Claire Mallard is on the ice. Her sister Rachel will be skating, I think, in 2 quartets from now, or 3 quartets from now. And Claire's a student from the University of Calgary and loved rowing in high school. She'd love to give a shout out to her grandparents, Ed and Marilyn, if you're watching. Claire says hello, and she has a set of grandparents in the UK, of all places, Judith and David out in Manchester and Liverpool. So that's kind of cool. So Claire says hi to you guys. Hope you're watching, either live, it's around 12:40 here in Calgary, or you're watching maybe when you watch the repeat performance, the video. Victoria Gopelin, I talked a little bit about Victoria This family is very steep in speed skating. With her grandfather and her uncle, a great uncle, Craig McKee, Grandpa, I guess, Henrietta. These are names foreign to me, but obviously they mean a lot to her. And Gary Goplan, and Nancy Goplan. I'm corrected. It's Craig Mackay, not McKee. Okay, Mackay. Pat Leach or Pat Durham. Nancy and Pat are her sisters. Her cousin Nick Goplan. I mean, there's a ton of Goplans, and so she comes by this sport honestly. And she'd love to give a shout out to her mom and dad, Gordon and Sandra. So she says hello. So where are we at? Watching the lap times on the line. Seen around 35, trying to be very consistent. Kirsten Hagen. So Kirsten Hagen's from Burnaby, BC. I think she's around 20 years old now. She would love to make the Olympics. That's her dream. She's a student at University of Calgary. And I think you might see a coach out of her. She loves coaching right now. Some of those young skaters, some master skaters. And a big shout out to her mom Anna and her dad Mike. So there you go. And then there's Lori Kaye, who I got caught up to in Winnipeg. And she's from Quebec, Levi, Quebec, I believe. And this is one of her specialty races. She loves the 3,000 and the 5,000. And she'd love to give a shout out to her mom, Chantel. With less than 400 meters to go, I think I'll call in this race live at the Oval. So we got the bell lap, ladies and gentlemen. Mallard and Goplan in the second quartet in the first pairing. Are we going to see some PBs out of these skaters in this quartet? We're about to find out. Here comes Goplan in the red armband, Mallard in the white as they come down the straightaway, finishing off with a few meters left. Goplan crosses the line first with a time of 4:23.30, and Mallard does get a PB at 4:24.80. She'll be happy with that. Finishing off the race with the blue armband, Lori Kaye with a PB of 4:16.35. That's the fastest time so far in this distance. And Kirsten Hagen with a season's best of 4:23.24. We now move to the fourth quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Gabrielle Jelinek. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. In the second pairing in the inside lane from BC, Abigail McCluskey. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Roseanne Grenier.
Go to the start.
Okay, we saw that quartet times come down, a couple of personal bests. That was terrific. Congratulations to those skaters.
Ready.
Gabrielle Jelinek and Laura Hall in this first pairing. This is going to be, I think this will be an
Go to
excellent
the
race.
start.
Have these two skaters push each other.
Ready.
McCluskey and Roseanne Grenier in this pairing. Here we go. And we're off and running. Opening 200 meters for Gabrielle Jelinek, 21.1. Second fastest so far, Laura Hall, 21.26. Abigail McCluskey, 20.19. Fastest opening time so far. And Roseanne Grenier is third fastest. So I think we're going to see some very fast times out of this quartet in pairings. They're going to all push each other. I'll throw on some music for them, and I'll go on the webcast. Well, Gabrielle Jelinek. I definitely know Gabrielle's sister, Chloe, a little bit better than Gabrielle. I might have met Gabrielle once. She's a big fan of the mass start. The Jelinek family, obviously, steep in athletics and steep in speed skating. Gregor Jelinek, his wife, Gaylen, was one of Canada's best female volleyball players ever produced. And Gaylen, if you're watching, hello from the Bieber family. I know you met my wife out in Insel, Germany. And Brenda Westwood gives you hello, who you competed with alongside in your junior days of volleyball. So Galen and Gregor, your oldest daughter, is on the ice right now. I wish her all the best. She does say her favorite, I think I mentioned her favorite races are mass start, so I guess we'll see her in action tomorrow during the NASCAR on ice is what I refer to, mass start. Laura Hall from Alberta, her brother Daniel Hall also skates. They're both long distance skaters. Laura's having a fantastic season. I talked earlier about track record. She set one in Winnipeg for the 3,000, and she set one in Lake Placid, one that had been beat. I can't remember the European skater's name, but beat that. So that's awesome for Laura. She was the Canadian Junior Female Champion back in 2022, is aged out now, skates as a neo-senior. And we're going to hear from her, I think, as the years unfold in the longer distances. Abigail McCluskey absolutely loves the sport of speed skating. She's the pride and joy of Penticton, BC. And she got introduced to the sport back in 2010, like a lot of athletes when they watched it in Vancouver in the Winter Olympics and saw Clara Hughes and Christina Nesbitt, and loved it. And her idol, she says, is Katrina LeMaydon. She's got this, she loves to bake and she loves animals. She's got this huge dog named Walter. It's almost the size of a half a horse. And a friendly dog, big dog, and just loves animals. And there's a domestic side to Abigail McCluskey when she's not trying to go really fast on the ice. And Roseanne Grenier, who I met in Winnipeg, and I'll find more time to talk a little bit about her at another time. I am now going to call the race in. Bell lap has gone on for both pairings in quartet number 3, Gabrielle Jelinek and Laura Hall. Here comes Hall, everything she has left, as you can tell physically on the screen, crossing the line with a time of 4:09.67. Gabrielle Jelinek, a few meters left before she crosses the line and does so at a time of 4:18.91 with a season's best. She may be happy with that time. Here comes McCluskey with a season's best of 4:09.17, and Roseanne Grenier with a personal best of 4:13.02. We now move to the fourth quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Alberta is Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Emily Greenfield.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start.
Rachel Mallard. And Skylar Van Horn in the first pairing, Emily Greenfield and Emma Langstrom
Ready.
in the second pairing. I know a little bit about some of these skaters. Talk a little bit about them. First, I'll call on the opening 200 meters, and then I'll throw on some techno music for them. Opening 200 meters for Rachel Mallard, 22.45. Skylar Van Horn, 22.32. For Emma Langstrom, 22.33. And for Emily Greenfield, 22.15. I don't think they need to hear me talk for the entire race. I've done that before, and I think that some high beat music for the skaters inside the oval would be just fine. And then you and I can just connect. I did have a little bit of information about Roseanne Grenier. Yeah, because I met her in Winnipeg at the Canada Cup 3. And what I remember about that is that the 3,000, like she loves the 15, 3,000, and 5,000 meter race. And I I asked her who she wanted to give a shout out to, and it was Caleb Mueller. Caleb Mueller. That was her shout out. So I want to make sure I get that in. So on the ice right now, we've got Rachel Mallard, Skylar Van Horn, Emma Langstrom, and Emily Greenfield. So Rachel Mallard represented her province at the Canada Winter Games. And she walked home, skated home with a silver medal in the 3000. So she came second to Isabelle Champagne. So let's see how she does in this race here. Always nice to get on the podium, for sure. Skylar Van Horn got a silver medal in the team pursuit for representing the province of Manitoba. Emily Greenfield took home 2 medals. She got a silver in the mass start and got a gold medal in the team pursuit. I got a chance to get caught up with Emily Greenfield in Insel, Germany, because she was also qualified for the Canadian junior national team. And she's a very insightful young woman. We were watching a race, a 1,000-meter race for one of the skaters, and she noticed 300 meters in that this skater was starting to get the lactic acid started to build up early in the race, and she called it. It doesn't matter who the racer is. She knew the racer, knew the skater, but she knew right away 300 meters in. So maybe there's a coaching career in Emily's resume one day. But a lovely girl with tons of personality. Happy to know her and represented Canada very well. So I'm going to go back onto the oval. I had some notes on Emma Langstrom, but I can't seem to locate them. So Emma, sorry about that, but I'll be back. Don't worry. I got lots to say, and if I don't have them, I'll come find you and we'll have a chat. So Mallard and Van Horn, Langstrom and Greenfield. I'm going to turn off the music and go to the oval. Back off the webcast, now into the oval. Rachel Mallard and Skylar Van Horn have received the bell lap as they come out of the south corner. Finishing off, Van Horn having a great meet. How's she going to finish the 3,000 meters? With everything they've got, they look exhausted, and rightly so. Season's best for Van Horn at 4:32.78, and Mallard 4:34.83. 4:34.83. Here comes Emma Langstrom and Emily Greenfield. Greenfield will cross the line with a personal best of 4:30.73, and Emma Langstrom 4:34.84. We now move to the fifth quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. In the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. In the second pairing from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Julia Snellgrove.
Go to the start.
Sorry about that, Julia. I knew you were from Nova Scotia. That's what I would call a Freudian slip. So Rachel Freitag, Serena Dallaire,
Ready.
Ella Cloutier, and Julia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening at 200 meters for Serena Dallaire, 22:01. So Rachel Freitag at 22:57. Ella Cloutier's opening 200 meters, 22.44. And Julia Snellgrove from Nova Scotia, 21.09. So 3 of the 4 skaters in this quartet represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. And if you're wondering why perhaps I'm giving Canada Winter Games a bit of airtime, it's actually these skaters' Olympics at this age. Anywhere from 15, 16 to age 19 or 20. I'm not exactly sure of the window. I think it's 15 to 19. For long track, it might be 1 year. The window might be 1 year older for short track. But this is their Olympic Games. And what an experience these kids had. Serena Dallaire, she medaled. She got 2 she got 2 medals actually. She got a silver medal in the 1500, and she got a bronze medal in the 3000. So she had an excellent Winter Games for Serena. So congratulations, Ella Cloutier, her Saskatchewanite a friend, and I don't want to say competitor, but a colleague, skater, had also a breakout. He was so close in terms of medaling, but had a very, very good meet. Speaking of Ella Cloutier and the Cloutier family, I just want to give a huge shout out to Norm Cloutier. Norm seems to be around watching his daughter, but has come into the timing deck and assisted us on the technical side, and because that's what he does for a living. He's an expert, and I just want to say thanks very much, Norm, for all your help, and even helped me out at the Canada Winter Games in Halifax. I wasn't getting a connection, and he showed me why I wasn't in terms of the microphone and the sound system. So, Norm, you've been invaluable. I just want to give you a shout out online. Thanks so much for being a great speed skating friend. Julia Snellgrove, she represented her province of Nova Scotia, and she gets to skate on that beautiful long track facility with the artificial ice in downtown Halifax. And so that, so you got 3 of the 4 skaters on the ice right now from Canada Winter Games. Rachel Freitag, who is from Ontario, from Ottawa, actually. Her favorite race is the 1500, so she gets to, Rachel, you get to race the 1500 twice, all in one shot. I know you said to me, and one of the things I remembered in talking to you back in the fall, you said, I asked you, you said, why do you like the 1500 so much? You said, it's the most painful, but yet it's the most rewarding. And you've always wanted to just seek out PBs. That's been your goal. And so hopefully we're pulling for you to get a PB up here. And you wanted me to give a shout out to your mom, Lori, and your dad, Robert. So there you go. Lori and Robert, Rachel Freitag, on the ice right now. So Freitag and Dallaire, bell lap for that group, and Cloutier and Snellgrove coming up. And I'm going to head back on to the Oval sound system. Well, the bell lap has gone on for Freitag and Dallaire in the first pairing in this 5th quartet, and Cloutier and Snellgrove now have got their bell lap. So everything they can muster up in the 7.5 lap, 3,000-meter race is all on the line. Here comes Dallaire and Freitag. Everything they've got. Crossing the line first will be Rachel Freitag with a season's best of 4:37.41, and Dallaire at 4:38.14. Here comes Snellgrove in the blue skin suit, stretching it out with everything she's got. Crosses the line and achieves a personal best of 4:34.63. She'll be happy with that, and congratulations to Ella Cloutier, a personal best, 4:35.98 for her. We now move to the 6th quartet, the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Laurence Paquette. In the outer lane from Quebec as well, Leila Cotier. In the second pairing from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. And in the inside lane, in the outer lane from Sweden, Tina Svensson.
Go start.
Okay, a couple personal bests in that quartet, but I've just come to the conclusion, all on my own, that I think the times are a little bit slower than what I thought they'd be, because many of these skaters raced the 1,000 this morning. Plus, this is for some of them, it's their 4th race, so the 500 and the 15. So I think it's natural that these kids are going to be a bit tired, understandably so. And that just goes with the territory, especially all these kids that are going to race every race. And there's 7 in total if you sign up and race and show up for each of them. 2 500s, 2 1,000s, the 1,500, the 3,000 if you're a woman, or 5,000 the guy, and the mass start. So if you're healthy and ready to go, and that's the plan, that's available to you. Those are your options. On the ice right now in quartet number 6, we got 3 Quebec skaters and 1 from the country of Sweden. Hello, Sweden. Laurence Paquette, opening time, 22:93. Leila Cotier, 22:36. Marie-Michelle Gagnon, 22:74. And Tina Svensson from Sweden, 22:33. So I think that not speaking in the oval for an entire 3,000 meter race and an entire 5,000 meter race gives everybody in the oval a break from my voice. But you don't get spared in the webcast. Sorry about that. and then I just throw on some techno music. So here we are. None of these skaters I have met. Paquette or Cartier or Gagnon. I think they may be staying here the full week in prep for the oval finale in CC 5 to end the season. And so I'll look forward to connecting with them throughout the week and get a little bit of information. So what I'm interested in, actually, that's not true. I might have something here. Just have to find my paperwork. I hope you're enjoying watching the speed skating, whether you're watching intently because one of your loved ones is on the ice, or you've got it as a background in terms of at home, and where you're walking in and out of the living room or the TV room, where you see some of the skating going on. Paquette, I do have a little bit of information on Laurence Paquette. She really likes the sport of speed skating. When we had talked to her on the registration, or filled out the registration, and she started watching World Cup in Calgary and took up the short track speed skating many years ago. And so she's obviously skating a lot. As all these skaters are, they live an imbalanced life, but she loves cats. So I guess when she's away from the oval or training, and she loves pets. Layla comes by this sport, honestly, because her parents registered her when she was really young, like 4. And she's really well-versed away from the track, loves to cycle, but there's an artistic side to her. She loves pottery and travel and piano, and but she gets a real charge out of going fast. She loves the speed. So that's Leila Cotier. And Marie-Michelle Gagnon, looks like we got 400 meters to go. So I think she just wanted to try speed skating, and she loves achieving her goals. And when she's not skating, she loves hiking and coffee and shopping. So a little bit about her. Let me call in this race. Anyway, Laurence, Leila, Marie-Michelle, welcome from Quebec. Well, the bell lap has gone off for Paquette and Cartier, Gagnon and Svensson. We're going to see in the screen in a moment. And we do. Leila Cartier crossing the line, exhausted but happy, 4:34.65, our personal best for Cartier. Here comes Laurence Paquette, one of her teammates, with a season's best of 4:43.77. Coming out of the south corner, first is Tina Svensson from Sweden. A few meters back, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. A personal best for Tina Svensson at 4:40.05, Gagnon at 4:44.04. We now move to the 7th quartet in the inside lane in the first pairing. Anne-Marie Lindquist in the outer lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Manitoba, Robin Solly. And in the outer lane, also from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. in this quartet, 3 of the 4 skaters represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. Solly and Smart in the second pairing coming up represented their province of Manitoba, and Brielle Durham represented the province of Ontario. First pairing is off and gone. So 2 Manitobans competing against each other. Are they really competing against each other? Really against the clock, but pushing each other. I think I'll call out the 200 meters now for all of them inside the oval. So in the first pairing of this 7 quartet, Anne-Marie Lindquist with an opening 200 meters at 22:32, Brielle Durham at 22:03, Robin Solly 23:27, and exactly the same time, one of my favorite moments, when 2 skaters cross the line at the same time, whether it be an opener or a finish, Lindsay Smart, 23:27. It wouldn't matter whether I talked inside the oval or threw on a bunch of music. The skaters can't hear it anyway. All they can hear is their names at the beginning, and then that's it. I could run beside them down along the ice, and they couldn't hear a thing. They're so into their races, which is the way it should be. But the fatigue that they go through, these skaters go through, the challenge, the physical and the mental challenge. I guess that's the thrill of being an elite athlete or an aspiring elite athlete. This is what you go through. So Robin Solly and Lindsay Smart from Manitoba are on the ice, and they represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. They both came home with a silver medal in the team pursuit with Skylar Van Horn and Sophia Bieber. Quebec took the gold. Brielle Durham represented her province. And she's from Ottawa originally. Many of the Ontario skaters are from Ottawa. Mike Rivet. A big shout out to Mike Rivet, who I met in Halifax. Hello, Mike. It was a pleasure meeting you. And Bob Mallard, you coached Brielle at one point in time. I don't think you're coaching anymore, though. The 3,000 isn't Brielle's one of her favorite races. She likes the 500 and the 1,500. But nonetheless, here she is doing the 3,000. And when I talked to her back in the fall, I asked her what one of her hopes and dreams were. And she said she wanted to represent her province at the Canada Winter Games. So guess what? She did. She represented her province of Ontario. So congratulations, Brielle. You were the best in class in your province in female long track speed skating. And you got to carry the Ontario flag, meaning represent the Ontario flag. And I think if I recall, I'm talking to her, she wanted to give her sister a shout out. So Leah, you're the older sister. And if you're listening or you're watching or both, Brielle says hi. Hi from Brielle. Happy to be a part of it. And Anne-Marie Lindquist, I have not had a chance to meet. But she started skating at the age of 10. And I'm not sure what her age is now. But one of the things she likes about speed skating is the first word of speed skating, and that's the speed. She loves to go fast. That's probably why she likes biking, but also very worldly, because she likes to travel as well. So Anne-Marie Lindquist, hello to your family. If you're watching back home in Sweden, I guess it's probably, 8, 9 o'clock at night. So it's not 3 in the morning. You're watching your loved one skate. So we're delighted to have those from outside of Canada to participate here at the Calgary Oval. Let me call in this race. We have the bell lap go off for Lindquist and Durham, and Solly and Smart. Sky Guy's got his finger crossed for some more personal best for these skaters, who are skating hard for 7.5 laps. Everything they got, you can see it on their faces, just how strenuous this is. It's going to be a very close race. 4:44.68 for Durham, 4:44.99 for Lindquist, and that's a season's best for Lindquist. Here comes Solly with everything she's got, and she'll be happy with that. Personal best of 438.10. Here comes Lindsay Smart, stretching it out with everything she's got and crossing the line at a time of 450.23. We now move to the 8th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing for the province of BC, Beth Smith. In the outer lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Marie Filette. And in the outer lane from BC, Sydney Benny. This is quartet number 8, if you've just joined us. Beth Smith from BC, Camille Alford from Alberta, Marie Filette from Quebec, and Sydney Benny from BC. The opening 200 meters in this quartet, Beth Smith, 22.76, Camille Alford, 21.87, Marie Filette, 22.49, and Sydney Benny in at 24. Here comes on the music. I'm on the webcast now. BC had quite the support at the Canada Winter Games. Two of their skaters that represented their province are on the ice right now. Beth Smith. I was walking in. I hadn't had a chance to meet the parents from BC, but I was walking into the Oval this morning. I met her mom Janet and her dad Owen. Hello, and she got an opportunity to represent her province at the Canada Winter Games. And her main goal, her near-term goal, is to wear the maple leaf as a speed skater at least once. So you got to wear the colors of your province, Beth Smith, so you can tick that off your skating resume. Now move to the next goal, and that's putting the 57 or 8-year-old maple leaf on your back. Good luck to you on that journey. Sydney Benny is also a member of the BC team. She's in this quartet. She is in the second pairing. And she really likes the sport of speed skating. And somebody from another sport introduced it to her. Normally that's not the case, but a friend who cross-country skis mentioned it to her. That's often the way. I mean, I asked the skaters, where did you get introduced to the sport? Most common is I watched it on the Olympics, and that intrigued me. The second most common, no, maybe not necessarily the second, but somebody I know suggested I try it out. So it's through a friend of a friend. And then the third one is to learn to skate. Somebody said, why don't you come out and try the long blades? They're a little longer than figure skates or hockey skates, and try them out. Usually there's some kind of connection because it's a very tightly knit speed skating community. Everybody seems to know everybody. And then when the skaters finish their competition, they tend to come back as a coach, or who knows, they might even work at the Oval, be employed and help out in the sport. But everybody in the sport has been connected to it as a competitor in the majority of cases. So Benny from BC, that's Smith from BC as well. With Camille Alford's case, her brother was doing it. And I think she just really likes to go fast. And that's why she likes to cycle. A lot of speed skaters love to cycle because there's a crossover in terms of that sport, cycling, biking, and speed skating. But there's when she's not speed skating, Camille likes to draw, which is kind of cool. The artistic side of her comes out, and spending time with her family. That is so cool. And Marie Filette, who I've not met yet, This is the person that really wants to push her limits. She wants to see what she can do, and so that's what she's doing. So here she is as the first pairing gets the bell lap. I'll get on the oval mic in just a moment, and so obviously Marie Furlat, very driven, but also when she's not training and living an imbalanced life, loves reading books and loves to cook or doing something outside. Look forward to meeting you one day, Marie. The bell lap has gone on for pairings 1 and 2 in quartet number 8. Beth Smith from BC and Camille Alford. On the ice right now, here comes Smith and Alford with everything they can muster up. The last few meters of 7.5 laps around. Digging deep, a very close finish, crossing the line first. With the season's best will be Beth Smith, 4:57.40, and Camille Alford at 4:57.71. Here crosses Sydney Benny for a personal best of 4:49.27, and Marie Furlat, also a personal best of 4:53.27. 23, that is. Okay, moving over to the 9th quartet. In the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Daria Vogt in the outer lane from Quebec, Juliette La Rochelle in the second pairing in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Aoife Marshall, and in the outer lane from BC, Hannah North. So I'm looking on the screen right now because I use the monitor as a good piece of information. The camera's on the start area in the southwest corner, and we only have 3 skaters in this quartet. It looks like Hannah North is not at the start, so the blue armband representing BC Hannah North will not be skating this race, so we're down to 3 skaters. Daria Vogt, Juliette La Rochelle, and Aoife Marshall. So in this quartet, we have 3 skaters in the first pairing. Daria Vogt, opening 200 meters, 23:61. Juliette La Rochelle, 23:62 in that pairing. And Aoife Marshall will have to carry her 7.5 lap journey around by herself and has an opener of 23.1. Daria Vogt from Ontario, Juliette La Rochelle from the province of Quebec. I've met Daria, I think, back in the fall. She also represented her province at the Canada Winter Games. There were 9 provinces represented, and each province brought 4 skaters. So what's that? 36 skaters. There were 36 skaters, yes, and almost that same. I think there were 32 skaters from the men. Daria's brother used to skate, and that's how Daria got into the sport of speed skating. And she really likes the environment. She likes being around her friends and anybody connected with the sport. Mike Rivet was her first coach. And when she's not skating, she likes to run. Her parents' mom, her mom Cheryl, and her dad Denny. Big shout out from them. Not sure if you're out at the Canada Winter Games, but if you see me around sometime, come say hi, introduce yourself. And you've got a couple, Daria's got a couple siblings, Kieran and Gail. So Daria, I'd like to say hi to you from me, from her to me to you, from to her family. So that's Daria. Juliette La Rochelle, I have not had the pleasure of meeting, but she started skating when she was 12, thanks to her dad, offered it up. And the fact that she can beat her father now, I think, is something that drove her. And when she when she was asked what does she like to do outside the sport of speed skating, she says she loves to give hugs. And so that's so cool. That's sweet because we're in a post-pandemic time now when they're loud. And so anyway, Juliette, I look forward to meeting you. Glad you're here competing at the Calgary Olympic Oval. And Aoife Marshall from Nova Scotia. She works actually at the Halifax Oval. They've got a staff of something like 60 people. Now keep in mind that oval is primarily for public use and sometimes high performance use. We kind of invaded in their living room and they were kind enough to let us in. And she works out of there. And anyway, her goal is to compete here in Calgary, CC4. This is her first time. So here she is, Aoife Marshall from Nova Scotia. Let me call this race in. Daria Vogt and Juliette La Rochelle in the first pairing. Daria Vogt is going to cross the line first in this pairing, does so at a time of 4:50.06. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. Juliette La Rochelle, 4:55.52 for La Rochelle from Quebec. So 2 PBs in that pairing. And Aoife Marshall, I think her first time attending Calgary and competing in Canada Cup 4. Welcome, Aoife. She crosses the line in the yellow armband with a time of 5:01.14, and that is a personal best for Aoife. We now move to the 10th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing. From BC, Sylvie Lloyd. In the outer lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. In the inside lane from Saskatchewan, in the second pairing, Sophia Dvorak. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Lewis Spence. Yeah, I got to spend a whole week out in Halifax for the Canada Winter Games. That's such is life when you're a volunteer and chasing kids around who who speed skate. That's what speed skating parents do. And happy to do it. Love the fact that, I mean, not just my daughters, but all the parents that are supporting these are skid. I was going to say kids, children, young adults, all the skaters. They're living and training in balanced lives. And they found a passion, and they're pursuing it. And who knows where it's going to take them. But I know as a parent, I'm happy that at least my kids are doing something. They've fallen in love with something, and I wish them all the best. They'll just be there. It wouldn't matter what they did, as long as it's something healthy and appropriate and full of exercise. Let me call in the 200 meters. Sylvie Lloyd, 200 meters, 22.97. Hawkins in at 23.66. Sophia Dvorak from Saskatchewan, 24.08. And Lewis Spence at 23.15. You know, and I think I can speak for all the parents. You know, we're behind our kids who are putting the time and energy into this. And we get up early in the mornings. We make them breakfast. Maybe we used to make them breakfast. As they get a little older, they now make their own breakfast. But driving them to the early morning skates, the late night skates, traveling all over the provinces and are at provincial events. And now, as they get more evolved and get get more developed in their sport across the country, in some cases now internationally. So Sylvie Lloyd, and so basically what I'm doing is I'm giving a plug for the parents. And so if you're listening and watching, give yourself a pat in the back for all that you do for your children that pursue this sport of speed skating. A tremendous young community, a tremendous community that we're part of. Almost forgot to put some music on there. So what can I say about some of these skaters? What I know, Sylvie Lloyd, I have not met and have nothing on Sylvie, so I'm just going to have to meet her at some point. Kendra Hotkins, she was a figure skater up until 5 years ago. So you could basically say that she's a transfer athlete. And one of the things she loves about speed skating is the community. And I don't blame her. It's a tremendous community, inclusive, and a very, very nice community to be a part of. Everybody is cheering for everybody and is willing to help and step up. And loves to crochet and ski. So there's an artistic side to her and obviously a very athletic side to her. Sophia Dvorak was introduced to the sport through her dad. She loves the sport itself and the speed skating community, just like Kendra Hawkins, and who could blame her? And then when she's not speed skating, she loves to run. So that's complementary on some level for the fitness required for the sport of speed skating. And Lewis Spence. Lewis I've met once or twice over the years. She started skating. Oh, she's from Alberta, and she started skating when she was 7. I'm not sure how old she is now, but I think she's in her late teens, so probably 10 years. And what she loves is to be around her friends, and while skating, and that's very common. The skaters around each other develop tremendous friendships. A lot of high school at the Oval, and then if you're part of the Oval program, you're sharing, you're obviously the common bond, the common connection is the sport of speed skating. And since everybody's nice that joins it, you just naturally find friends. I think Lewis is also a volunteer. I think she might even be a level 1 or 2 track steward. Or a starter. She's done something in terms of giving back. And when she's not training for speed skating, she loves drama class at school. So that's a bit about Lewis Spence. Let me call in this race. The bell lap has gone on for Sylvie Lloyd, Kendra Hawkins, now Sophia Dvorak and Lewis Spence. The final corner is located as they come out of the south corner. Kendra Hawkins is wearing the red armband. She's going to cross the line first in the pairing with Sylvie Lloyd. 5 minutes, 0.96 seconds is a personal best. Congratulations, Kendra. Here comes Sylvie Lloyd. And she does a season's best of 5:11.98. Now crossing is Lewis Spence with a time of 5 minutes, 9 seconds with a personal best. And Sophia Dvorak, 5:03.35, a personal best for her as well. We move to the final quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from BC, Leah Turner. In the outer lane from BC as well, Maria Hansen. In the second pairing in the inside lane, one skater from Alberta, Maggie Breedlove. So 3 skaters in this quartet. Just to bring you up to speed, we are in the final quartet of the women's 3,000 meters at Canada Cup 4 and Grand Prix Oval. It's 2 meets all squashed into one. And just trying to find our schedule in terms of when we come back for the men's 5,000 meters. We're going to have 12 quartets of the men's. Leah Turner's opening at 200 meters is 23.49. Maria Hansen, 22.7. Margaret Breedlove, 23.22. So if you're glued to the webcast, I'm happy for you. Then you're joining me on my Saturday afternoon journey watching speed skating. 2 o'clock, Calgary time, we're going to come back and watch the men's 5,000 meters. 12 quartets, 190 skaters, 13 different countries represented. It's 1:28, 12 minutes to 32 minutes to 2 o'clock. We'll have this race, of course, to finish. 2 o'clock is when we're going to be back, so you can set your watches or do what you need to do. Just to give you a heads up inside the oval, it's 1:28 after the final quartet, which is right now in the women's 3,000 meters. We'll come back in 32 minutes or 31 minutes at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. and we will resume the racing, 5,000 meter men's races, 12 quartets, 7 quartets, and ice resurfacing, and then 5 after that. 2 p.m. we will resume. What can I say about these young skaters on the ice? Leah Turner, Maria Hansen, Margaret Breedlove. None of these skaters I've met personally. And but Leah was introduced to the sport of speed skating through her dad. And I guess it's quite an athletic family. I guess she was a cross-country skier and then decided to try this sport and loves it. Just loves going fast, loves the adrenaline, loves the community. And her friendships she cherishes and loves being outdoors. So, Leah Turner, glad you're part of the sport. Glad you quit cross-country skiing to do this. At least you found a passion here. Maria Hansen is also from British Columbia. Obviously, the skaters would know each other. Her mom signed her up. And what she likes is going fast and the friends that she made. And that's a big part of it, especially with these young skaters. They're young teenagers, so friendships are very, very important to them. And hanging out with kids and hanging out with other friends is really, like I say, really important to them. But she loves to horseback ride. She loves to hike. Dirt bike. She loves the dirt bike. Well, there's that thrill for speed, I guess. And Margaret Breedlove, I think she was a ringette. She might have been a ringette player. I'm not sure. I'd have to really talk to her. But she loves going fast, and she loves school, and she loves her coach. So this is a good thing. So Breedlove from Alberta, 2,200 meters into a 3,000 meter race, and the bell app's gone off. I think I'm going to get on the oval mic and call it a bit early. 3,000 meter race, 7.5 laps around a 400 meter track. Everybody knows that, I believe, by now. In the first pairing is Leah Turner and Maria Hansen. Leah Turner is wearing the white armband and Hansen the red as they come into the screen together out of the southern corner. Maria Hansen looks like she's going to cross the finish line first and does so with a personal best of 5:06.03, and Leah Turner also with a personal best of 5:07.88, and Margaret Breedlove with a personal best of 4:58.68. Give it up for these three personal bests. Leah, Maria, and Margaret or Maggie, congratulations. It's 1:32, everybody. In 28 minutes, we come back here for the men's 5,000 meters. 2 p.m. we will resume. 2 o'clock. Talk to you then.
Good. Yeah. I've got oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Test. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody.
So Blair, they're not.
It's
gonna put the things
1:58
here
in
for
2
that
minutes' time
They're not.
or
The
less. We're
rookies.
going to start the 5,000 meter men's
Bad enough
race.
for us experienced guys with that
We're
thing
going to
right here.
do
I don't like
7
it.
quartets. 7 quartets. And then we're going to have an ice resurfacing, 5 more quartets, and then one final one as an out of competition race. So let me announce the
2
first
minutes to start.
quartet
2
skaters
minutes.
now. The start line is in the southwest corner of the oval for the first 200 meters, 12 and one half laps around the 400 meter track. In quartet number 1, in pairing number 1 in the inside lane from Quebec, Jonah
So I
Hutebys.
looked at the main
In the
clock.
outer lane
Start
from
time is
Manitoba,
whatever.
Joel
I looked at the clock,
Simpson.
and then I said, okay,
In the
I've got 6
second pairing in the
minutes,
inside
8 minutes
lane
or
from
10.
BC,
So
Eric
then I go in
Orlowski.
reverse order.
And
So
in
when
the outer
six-
lane
the
from
6 or the 8
Saskatchewan,
that matches up to
Luca
that, we're banging it
Riemann.
in, and we should be
Good
within
luck,
5
gentlemen.
seconds.
One minute. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome back, everybody. The start is now on. 5,000 meter men's race, the first of 12 quartets. Jonah Hurtebus from Quebec and Joel Simpson from Manitoba in the first pairing. Just over 20 seconds in their opening 200 meters. Eric Orlowski, 20:36 for his opener, and Veman, 20:42. Once they complete their 200 meters, they settle in for a 12-lap race. Keep an eye on the lap times. I'm going off oval mic. I'm going on podcast. So listen to the tunes and enjoy the race. Or rather, listen to the beats. Well, we're back, you and me. I have no idea how many are actually watching today. Somebody said 350 people were actually tuned in at one point. We've got some time together. 12 quartets, anywhere from 6.5 minutes to 8.5 minutes, I guess, depending on the racers. We should probably talk strategy. What are they in terms of this race at some point during our conversation? I mean, the women's 3,000, the men's 5,000. I mean, you know, what are they up to? What are they? How do they want to achieve the times they want to achieve? But let's talk a little bit about. I guess let's talk a little bit about the skaters first. Hurtubise is from Quebec, and he was introduced to the sport from his brother Sam. As you can see, the coaches on the screen in the coaches box, and what he loves is about the sport of speed skating is that it pushes one to their limit. He likes to have that, and so he's really all about that. Loves the mass starts for sure. It loves road cycling. That's no surprise for a speed skater to love cycling. But I thought it was interesting when he was asked what does he like to do away from the sport of speed skating. He loves to make coffee. That's so cool. I think Jonah came in. There's a speed skating draft that the skaters and former skaters put together. Cody Miller, Kristen Liesbeth, Simon Coots, and oh my, I'm missing one. Might have been Jonah. I'll get that name right anyway. But Jonah came second in the draft. So what is it? It's basically 32 skaters and former skaters getting together and like sitting around a room like a hockey draft. Only they do it for a speed skating draft. And we have the ability, and I was part of it actually this year. And we have two divisions of 16 teams. And with 32 teams in total, and we're drafting speed skaters that compete at the World Cup level. So it's points that are achieved at the 6 World Cups and the championships. I think I'll talk more about that as the afternoon goes on, and even through the weekend and maybe even next weekend. But it's a really fun draft. And Jonah was 4th or 5th going into the final day, and he vaulted up and took second place. I was second, thinking with 24 hours to go, and ended up in 5th place. But Jonah Hurtubise, what it does is for him and all the others that are participating in that, it connects you to World Cup skaters and the different skaters from the different countries and the different distances. It's really kind of cool. Anyway, that Hurtubise. Joel Simpson from Manitoba. He's been out here now for 3 years. I think 3 years from Portage la Prairie. He's coached by Todd McClements, and he's racing his most favorite race right now, which is the 5,000 meters. His mom and dad are in the stands here today, so hello to you guys. And he would like to one day make the Olympics. Orlowski is from BC, Prince George to be exact. Todd coaches him as well, and he's also skating his favorite race, the 5,000 meters. And he'd love to give a shout out to his mom, Kathy. And he basically said he wants to say, Kathy, thank you for all your support. Veeman represented Canada at the World Juniors and also his province at the Canada Winter Games, and had an outstanding Winter Games. Wasn't expected to medal at long track because it's still early in his junior career, and but had a very respectable meet in Insel, Germany. Meets the Junior Cup, the Junior World Cup 3, and the champs. But Veeman took away 5 medals from the Canada Winter Games. I'll come back to Luca shortly, as these guys are racing the 5,000 very quick. I'm going to go on the oval. Okay, we got bell laps here for Hurtubise and Simpson, and Orlowski and Veeman in quartet number 1. Crossing the line first is Joel Simpson with a terrific time of 6:39.73, blows away his personal best of 6:43. Congratulations, Joel. Jonah Hurtubise coming in at a time of 6:57. Crossing the line right after him is Eric Orlowski at 6:42.59 for a personal best. And Luca Vieman crossing the line at a 6:49.80. Good race to start. We now move to the second quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Amy Perreault. In the outer lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Joshua Hathaway. And in the outer lane from New Zealand, Kieran Hughes.
Go to the start. Ready.
Well, this quartet's about to get underway. I just want to finish my conversation
Go
about Luca Vieman.
to the start.
I don't know what, I mean, I don't think I can say enough about this young man. When you achieve 5 medals at an event, I think that's worth some airtime.
Ready.
Jalen Doan and Sophia Bieber did the same. Luca Vieman got a gold medal in the mass start, what was one of the most thrilling, exciting races I've ever called. And he basically edged out Jalen Doan at the very end with 2/100ths of a second. That was exciting. So gold in the mass start, silver in the team pursuit in 1500, and a bronze in the 5,000 and 1,000. I thought he was more of a sprinter, but it looks like he's more really all round. And that's why he took on the 5,000. Now let's go to quartet number 2. So opening 200 meters, 21.29 for Perreault and 21 and change for Weiderman. Hathaway, 21.17, and Kieran Hughes at 20.41. Amy Perreault, Jake Weideman in pairing number 1. Joshua Hathaway and Kieran Hughes. Kieran Hughes in pairing number 2. Perreault, Amy Perreault from Quebec, obviously, given his name. Is somebody who I have yet to meet, so I really can't really comment on him. He's out here for the week, so hopefully I'll get an opportunity to connect with him. Jake Weideman is somebody I actually have met and have gotten to know and think the world of this young man, a gentleman and a scholar and a very beautiful speed skater. Came out to Winnipeg for Canada Cup 3. Got to know him quite a bit. Speed skating family. His sister skates, Isabel Weideman. They're both from Ottawa. Mike Rivet would have been an early influence in his and his sister's life. His favorite distances to race are the 1,000 and the 1,500. But the 5,000 is an important race for him, for his Canada Cup points. And he'd love to win the gold one day. I mean, he's pursuing his dream. I think there's lots of skating and lower times ahead for Jake, his mom Laurel, and dad John, who I've not met, but I'd sure love to meet them. And if you're watching, John and Laurel, I just want to say, we billeted your son for 5 days in Winnipeg, and I want to tell you what an amazing young man he is. You've done an amazing job raising him as we've gotten to know him, like I say, more than other skaters. So thank you for that, John and Laurel. Good luck to Jake. Joshua Hathaway in the second pairing of this quartet. It's been a while since I have met Joshua, and I'm going to need to spend some time with him. I know he loves the long distances. It's a big fan of that, and so there he goes. Loves the 5s for sure. We'll see how he does. Hopefully, Joshua can get a personal best. And Hughes, Kieran Hughes is from New Zealand, and of all places, he started trying out speed skating in New Germany, of all places. Loves the mass starts, so I guess we'll see him in action tomorrow. And his interest is pushing himself to the limit and without having anybody around assisting him. And just as I'm talking about Kieran Hughes, he's pulled out of the race for whatever reason. He is no longer, as you can see him in the screen, as he's sliding off to the side. And Joshua Hathaway will carry that pairing by himself. So Amy Perreault, Jake Weideman, and Joshua Hathaway. Take a look at the lap times. These are some of the fastest pairings. Could be the fastest quartet basically of the group. And keeping their times close, as close to 30 seconds, 31 seconds as possible. We want to see some low 6-minute times out of these skaters with these kinds of lap times. So the idea behind a 5,000 meter race or a 3,000 meter race or even a 10 is to obviously get up to speed using the first 200 meters. You're not skating full out for that first lap or two. In fact, your slowest lap might be actually your first lap, not your last lap. And so the skaters are looking to build up to a pace where they think they can sustain it, and then keeping the lap times compressed as close together as possible. You don't want to see one lap at 31 seconds and then another lap 34 seconds. Obviously, they're going to get more tired as the race goes on. But if they can keep their times consistent at 30, 31, and maybe only edge up a little bit because they're so darn exhausted, then that is a good strategy to have. So they get up to speed in their opening 200 meters, then they figure out their pace in the first lap, and then try to build from there, and then after that it's exhaustion or fatigue that starts to roll over. So it's kind of like running up a hill, rolling over the top, and then coming down the backside. Bell lap has gone on. I'm going to call the race in at the Oval and with you on the webcast. Quartet number 2 of 12, Amy Perreault and Jake Weideman in the first pairing. Joshua Hathaway will finish his pairing solo as Kieran Hughes pulled out of the race in about the first couple laps. Here comes Weideman with everything he's got. And a personal best for Jake Weideman at 6:27.90. He'll be happy with that. Perreault and at 6:32.10. He'll be happy with that. So Jake and Amy, congratulations. You're going to feel that race. You looked exhausted coming across the line, and who wouldn't after 12 and a half laps? Here comes Joshua Hathaway out of the south corner with the final 100 meters. Here's hoping he achieves an outcome that he's looking for. Joshua Hathaway from Alberta with the yellow armband with a time of 6:44.3 seconds. We now move to the third quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Caleb Mueller. In the outer lane from the Republic Czech, outer lane, Lucas Steckley. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Halleck. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Caleb Mueller and Lucas Steckley in the first pairing. 19:46 is Mueller's opening time, the fastest so far of the three quartets. Steckley, 20.55. Max Halleck, opening time, 20.58. And Daniel Hall, 19.81.
We're just...
So I knew the name Lucas Steckley was familiar, and Greg Plint, the meet coordinator, came down and let me know that Louis Steckley won the mass start for the at the World Junior Championships in Inzel, and in fact, he won it in fine fashion with a 50-meter sprint against none other than Daniel Hall, who's on the ice with him now, but is in the second pairing. So Steckley gets the gold in the World Juniors. Daniel Hall gets the silver. Daniel Hall sure got a taste of his team supporting him. They were just cheering him on for that race at the Max Aker Arena in Inzel, Germany, as that was the last race of the day, and all the men and the women that qualified for the juniors, the 10 skaters, they were cheering him on, and Daniel Hall delivered and brought home a silver medal to Canada, wearing the maple leaf on his back, being the first, was our only medal. We weren't really expected to medal, at least my understanding, but we came close. Daniel Hall delivered on the silver with the mass start, and Jalen Doan and Yankun Zhao came very close in 2 races, and so very impressive showing. It's going to be exciting for Canada going forward, because 8 out of the 10 juniors that were in Inzel this year, if they earn their spot back on the Canadian juniors, they'll be back again next year as 17-year-olds, and then back again as 18-year-olds. Japan is where the next World Juniors is, next February or March. I don't have the date in front of me. So very exciting ahead for the Canadian juniors. Caleb Mueller and Louis Steckley on the ice right now. Daniel Hall also he also represented his province at the Canada Winter Games. And in the men's 5,000, he put on a clinic there and handily won the gold medal. So congratulations, Daniel. Good year, good second half of the year for you for sure. Halleck's from Calgary, coached by Todd. Mike Ireland coached him at one point. This is Halleck's one of his favorite races, the 5,000 meters, and he just wants to go faster. And he would love, Max Halleck would love to represent our country and follow his dream and represent our country at the Olympics. So we wish you all the best. And Judy Plendowski, Nan. If you're watching, Max wants to give a big shout out to you, Judy Plendowski. So there you go. Max says hello, Nan. Steckley, I have not met. Hope to meet him. And there's Caleb Mueller. I believe he's training out of Quebec right now, but wearing the Alberta flag. What he loves about speed skating is the fact that he loves the lifestyle it brings. I guess I imagine that's all the training. I mean, it's an imbalanced lifestyle, Caleb, but you're pushing and you're training and you're trying to go faster all the time. So it must be that competitive, always striving to improve and get better. But what's interesting about Caleb, when he's not at the Oval, when he's not training, he loves to fly fish. He loves outdoors and, of course, rides his bike. And what speed skater, well, I know a few that don't, but most speed skaters are cycling in one fashion or another because of the crossover and the benefits of the sport. So you see the coaches. Let's have a look at the lineup. Todd McLennan, looks like Munsif Awardi from Quebec. We'll see who else is on there. There's one coach on there. I don't know the name. A female coach, probably coaching Louis Steckley. So on the ice is Louis Steckley, the gold medalist of the Junior Worlds, 5,000 meters from Inzel, Germany, and the silver medalist from Canada, Daniel Hall. So Mueller has overtaken Daniel Hall. This is always makes it challenging for the lap counter, but to get it right. So let me call this race in. On the ice right now, Caleb Mueller and Lucas Steckley. Steckley is the World Junior 5,000 meter champion. And Caleb Mueller finishing his race at 6:23.7 with the season's best. Here comes Steckley, finishing his race, crossing the line at a time of 6:51.74. Daniel Hall, a time of 6:41.26. Daniel Hall, silver medalist behind Louis Steckley in a sprint to the finish at the World Junior Championships in Insel, Germany. Max Halleck at 6:52.37. We now move to the fourth quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from the Netherlands, Oki Mouwen, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Emile Hodzak-Santer. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel, and in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Yeah, it's not often that you're going to see a gold and silver medalist from the World Juniors on the ice. Steckley from the Czech Republic and Daniel Hall from Canada. That's so cool. Oki Mouwen from the Netherlands, opener 20.47. Emile Hodzak-Santer 21.39. Bon Lo's opening time 21.26, and Antoine Hamel 21.6 seconds. They settle in now. 12 laps or less to go in the men's 5,000 meter race. So to those in the Netherlands that are watching and listening to my pronunciation of Oki, please forgive me. I've got to go introduce myself to Oki and get the proper pronunciation. If I'm a little bit off, please accept my apologies. I usually nail it, but I've got to meet the skaters first because they know. There's only one time a skater kind of knew, but their parents really knew. But most of the time, what they look like sometimes isn't what the names look like. Doesn't look like how they're pronounced. So we have a Dutch skater on the ice with an Ontario, Quebec, and Saskatchewan skater. So on this quartet, we have, again, and sorry to bore you with all the Canada Winter Games stuff, but Antoine Hamel and Bon Lo both representing their provinces at the Canada Winter Games. Bon Lo skated out of there with 2 medals. He skated to a silver in the 5,000 meters, so here he is on the ice now. And a silver in the team pursuit, which was incredibly exciting between Quebec and Saskatchewan, Alberta and Manitoba. That was so much fun to watch. And so Bon Lo leaves with 2 medals around his neck, both silvers. Antoine Hamel, he was on the gold medal team that beat Saskatchewan and took home a gold medal in the team pursuit. So congratulations to Antoine and Bon Lo. Let's find out a little bit about Emile and Antoine. I've yet to meet, like I said, I've yet to meet Oki, if I'm saying his name correctly. But Hodzak-Santer actually It may look like Hodzek. It's actually pronounced Hodget. And but I'll stay with Hodzek. But as it's a Bosnian name, it's more common in Bosnia, obviously. But but Emil's from Halifax originally, but then Ottawa, but now here. And he's skating one of his favorite races, the 5,000 meters. They love that. They love these long distance races. And he's a University of Calgary student. Loves ultimate and hockey when he's not here. And he wants me to give a big shout out to Mike Rivet, who originally coached him out of Ottawa. Met Mike, as I mentioned. But he's got family all over the world, in Europe and Bosnia and Ontario and Germany and Sweden. So he has this international fan club. So hello to the Hodget Santer family and fan club. That's awesome. Antoine Amel. Got a chance to meet him. Talk a little bit about him in a moment. Bon Lowe was in Winnipeg at the Canada Cup 3. He can handle the cold. He's from Saskatchewan. He was, you're talking about a young kid in progression. 2022, he was 8th in the Canadian Junior Nationals last year, and again the same this year. So consistent looking. I don't know if he's run out of time for the Nationals. He might have one more year. I'm not sure. But he's from Saskatoon. And his goal is to make the national team. Why not? Why not? Back when I talked to him, he wanted to make the Canada Winter Games, and he did. And Kaylee, if you're watching, I don't know if you're in the Oval, but if you're watching, Bon wants to say hi and says thanks for everything you've done. That's Bon's mom. 3,800 meters into the race. So take a look at the lap time. Basically fairly consistent. They were around 32, 33. You saw the quartet before. They were hovering in the 30, 31, 32. These times will now increase, especially as they get closer to the end of the race. Just to put it into perspective, and not to take anything away from these skaters, but when Ted-Jan Bloemen or Graham Fisher are out skating the 5,000, their lap times are around 28 seconds, 29 seconds. I mean, that's world elite. And they started where every other skate had started. Antoine Amel, I swear I spoke to him this morning. I swear I caught up to him. It might have been Antoine Roger, I think is what it was. But we got a bell lap. See if I can get something in for Amel. Yeah, he just, and what I know of him is all he wants to do is break his PBs. That's it. Say goodbye to his PBs. Let's hope Antoine gets a PB here. Bringing him home, ladies and gentlemen. Oki and Emil on the ice right now. Crossing the line first with a personal best. Oki Mawan, 6:47.75, and Emil Hodget Santer at 6:52.67. Antoine Amel and Bon Lowe still on the ice in quartet number 4, the final pairing. With everything they can dig down and find, here comes Bon Lowe and Antoine Amel. Lowe crosses the line at a time of 6:54.23, and Antoine Amel, a season's best, 6:55.71. In the fifth quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Wilhelm Ekansha. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. And in the outer lane from Poland, Nobel Piekielny.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
So the first pairing is underway. Wilhelm Eckinshaw and Daniel Pauly,
Okay.
a Canadian and a Swede on the ice. Boissonneau and Mikelny on the ice in the second pairing. In the opening 200 meters, Eckinshaw with a time of 20.22 and Pauly in at 20.49. Boissonneau 21.43 and Mikelny at 21.36. Now they settle in. Let's check out their lap times. Opening lap times around 31 to 32. Let's see if they can hold these lap times now for as long as they possibly can during this race. Okay. Just in case you've joined us or you've been along for the ride, so far, 5,000 meter men's race here at Canada Cup 4 Grand Prix at Calgary, Alberta. It's 2:34 Calgary time. We have a Swedish racer on the ice right now. Hello to everybody back home in Sweden watching. It's got to be 9 or 10 o'clock at night there. Wilhelm Eckinshaw, a friend got him started, and he just simply loves to go fast, is what I'm told. And when he's not skating, he just wants to, away from the oval, he just wants to hang out with good people. I look forward to meeting Wilhelm one day. That would be awesome. Daniel Pauly, I should say. He's from Saskatchewan. A protege of Tim Comfort. Todd McClements coaches him now. He goes to University of Calgary. Takes political science. He cross-country skis. That's a great sport. Connecting would probably help out. Good cross-training for speed skating. The 5,000 meters is one of the two favorite races for Daniel. He loves the 1,500. And he loves the last lap, or he certainly favors it. So let's see Daniel's race here, and let's see what happens during his last lap. We'll keep an eye on it, lap time. And I talked to Daniel, I see him all around the oval, of course, when there's speed skating events. But I asked him who I could give a shout out to on his behalf. And Mom and Dad, you'll be happy to know, Daryl and April, you'll be happy to know that Daniel put you at the top of his list. He says thanks for everything you've done. He really appreciates it. So Daniel Pauly from Saskatchewan. Boissonneau, William Boissonneau from Quebec. He got started. Many of these skaters watched the Olympics in 2010. And he watched an ad for it, and that's what hooked him in. His mom skated also. A lot of that. A lot of family connections, a lot of family skaters. And I think William Boissonneau is a reader because he wants to be an engineer, a research engineer. So optical engineering research. So that's probably something to do with the eyes. We've had somebody fall off here in the race. Somebody's fallen off the race. So let's have a look at what that might be. So Wilhelm has fallen off. Wilhelm Eckinshaw from Sweden. As you could just see him in the screen, he's turned into the inner lane and called it a day. Not sure why. We won't know, but hopefully he's okay. And now I don't see Daniel Pauly on the screen. So did he pull out of the race too? Is pairing number 1 out of the race? We'll have to find out. There's only 2 coaches left out there too. And it looks like Pauly's pulled out of the race. This is interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, by my standards, a quartet means 4 racers. 4 racers started, but we only have 2 racers on the ice right now, it looks like. Looks like Wilhelm Eckenschau from Sweden and Daniel Pauly are no longer racing, so pairing number 1 is, I just don't see him on the ice. So I see Norbert Piekielny from Poland on the ice, and William Boissonneau. Boissonneau is wearing the yellow armband. Piekielny's wearing the blue armband. 4,200 meters into their 5,000 meter race. Let's bring them home. I've never seen that before, but I guess it happens. Hopefully they're okay. It'll drive people crazy if it happened on purpose. You know, if they only race a certain amount and stop. That sometimes happens with racers. With the last 100 meters to go, all the way from Poland across the ocean, Norbert Piekielny with a personal best of 6:44.01. Congratulations, Norbert. William Boissonneau on the ice, finishing up his 5,000 meters. We got the screen, the camera pointed on the south corner, and out he comes. Boissonneau from Quebec, crossing the line, and does so with a time of 7:09.53. We now move to the 6th quartet in the first pairing. In the inside lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupre. In the outer lane from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. In the second pairing, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington.
Go to the start.
Okay, I can see 4 skaters on the screen in position, ready to go now. I'm hoping we finish
Ready.
with 4 skaters upright, completing their 5,000 meter race. That's my hope. Zachary Dupre,
Go to the
Brock
start.
Gilbert on the ice right now.
Ready.
I say that last part tongue in cheek, of course, because I hope that Wilhelm and Daniel, everything is okay with them and they're back racing. And it's
I'm
nothing
done.
serious.
It's the last.
Let's talk about the opening 200 meters, shall we? Brock Gilbert at 20.66. Zachary Dupre, 21.29. Ian McPeak, opening 200 meters, 21.41. And Keegan Waddington, 20.89. We're in quartet number 6 of 12. We'll do one more before we do an ice resurfacing. Hope you're enjoying watching these young men and women push their bodies, both mentally and physically, to all kinds of limits to get the fastest possible times and to seek the elusive PBs, or personal bests as we call them, or personal bests, and we really use the acronym as PBs. You know, my daughter got a couple of PBs so far this weekend, and I just said it's bittersweet, and I think you've heard me say this before. And she goes, why? I says, well, it's sweet because you got a PB. It's bitter that now that's the new time you've got to go slay. And it's not that easy. Somebody can stay in a plateau for, well, I know firsthand in watching my daughter skate, it could take 3 or 4 years before you achieve that personal best. You might have an out-of-body experience race. And then after that, it takes a long time to come back. So that's quite normal, by the way. That's not abnormal, especially as the times get lower and lower and lower. That's why they skate, or that's certainly one of the reasons. I talked about Zachary Dupree before.
Can he hear me?
He
Can you hear me?
he represented
Go to
his
the start.
province at the Canada Winter Games and had
What? Go with what?
he had a tremendous
have to talk
meet
louder.
in long track.
Go to the
He got
start.
4 medals. He got a
Go-
gold in the team pursuit
What?
and 3 bronzes in the 500, 1500, and the
I'm-
mass start.
How do I do that?
So the
Go
15th
to the start.
annual Canada Winter
Oh,
Games
I
out of
see for
PEI with the
myself. Okay.
satellite venue in Halifax will be a very memorable experience for Zachary and a number of other number of other skaters that participated in it as well, as I mentioned earlier. So what can we talk about for Brock Gilbert? In connecting with Brock, he just really talked about just loving to go fast, and he loves the distance races, so he's right in his element right now. He's quite an athlete because he'll swim and run, and he's got a dog named Buster, so I guess that kind of takes his mind off speed skating. Nice young fellow. Ian McPeak from Manitoba is a University of Calgary online student. Will be moving out here next year. He competed he represented Manitoba at the Canada Winter Games. Came close to medaling in the team pursuit. He loves the long distance races. 5,000 is probably his sweet spot. Dana, Roberta, Sean, if you're watching, which I'm sure you are, hello from Ian and hello from me back in Manitoba. Ian and I drove out together, and I talked about this fantasy speed skating draft. Ian was part of it, and everybody puts in a fun name, team name. His was Hurricane Ian, so that's his nickname, I guess, and he might use that next year. He might not. Mine was Sky Guy, which is what Alexa Annika referred to as. So, what's one to do? That's, nice and memorable and safe. So Sky Guy and Hurricane Ian drove out here. And we'll be out here we booked off for 10 days. Ian and all the other skaters to race and me to volunteer and help out. Keegan Waddington from Saskatchewan is on the ice. Take a look at the lap times. Around 33, fairly consistent. This is what they want. Waddington loves to cycle when he's away from the sport. But he was a hockey player first and really didn't enjoy it. And said, you know what? I think I want to try out speed skating. And speed skating was perfect. And you hear that from transfer athletes that come from hockey. It's really obviously a different sport. You're skating and you want to go fast. And he just, one of the things that Keegan has said he loves about the sport of speed skating is that he likes to see the results of your work. And then, of course, meeting people from all around the world. So that's Zachary Dupree from Quebec, Brock Gilbert from Alberta, Ian McPeak from the province of Manitoba, and Keegan Waddington from Saskatchewan would be obviously influenced by Tim Comfort, the legendary Tim Comfort from Saskatchewan. How can you not love Tim Comfort? He's such a gentleman and a scholar. Let me call this race in. The bell lap has gone off for Dupree and Gilbert. With everything they got, they're crossing the line. Dupree crosses the line first with a personal best of 6:55.44. And Gilbert 6:56.02. McPeak enters the south corner the last corner first, followed by Keegan Waddington. McPeak with the yellow armband to go with his black and yellow outfit. That wasn't planned that way. He crosses the line of a time of 7:03.97. And Keegan Waddington a time of 7:09.30. We now move to the seventh quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Felix La Rochelle. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Adam Buckwald in the second pairing in the inside lane. From France, Jimmy Jouet. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English.
Go to the start.
Not sure how pleased Ian and Keegan will be with their time. I
Ready.
think they were probably seeking personal bests as well. I think they got some personal bests earlier on. And I mentioned earlier, I
Go
thought I might
to
have saw
the
some
start.
faster times early, especially with the ladies. But I have a feeling that their earlier races have tired them out. That's only a guess on my part.
Ready.
Because some of the skaters are skating in all the disciplines. But it would make sense because
Okay,
you
so
only
the
have
first-
so many units of energy every day. And it happens. But that's all part of getting. You can use the meet actually not only just as a competition to seek out PBs and see how you're doing, but also you can use it as a part of your fitness program, the training program. Felix La Rochelle with an opening time of 21:37. Adam Buckwald 20.85. Jimmy Jouet 21.92 and Fergus English 21.6. So on the ice right now are three skaters that participated in the Canada Winter Games representing the province. I see Felix La Rochelle. He got a gold in the team pursuit. And so he skated away from the Canada Winter Games with a gold medal. Adam Buckwald represented Manitoba. Unfortunately, Manitoba didn't medal, but they came very, very close. They're very strong teams, Quebec, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, Ontario, really toughed it out. On the team pursuit, Quebec, Saskatchewan, and Alberta took the gold and silver and bronze medal. Talked about Adam Buckwald earlier, him breaking the track record in Winnipeg, beating Mike Hall's record of 30 years. Beat it by a clean 8 seconds. On a cold winter day with his family and friends cheering him on. They had the music blaring for him. Big shout out to his grandfather, Michael Leipsic, who's down south right now enjoying vacation. His wife, lovely wife, Helen. And they might be watching live right now. If not, they'll probably go on the replay and watch. So Adam Buckwald from Manitoba. I mentioned earlier I thought he might be a short tracker, but he just grew too tall, and short trackers are generally smaller than 6'3". And Adam is now loving long distance races, and good on him. He'll be out here in Calgary next year going to school. Jimmy Jouet. What do I know about Jimmy Jouet?